Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Quirky Deaf Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku was a plain-looking kid with curly green hair and a face full of freckles. Of course there were the additional bruises, but that was because he was a little boy. Little boys loved playing rough. It only made sense if they managed to bruise or scrape their youthful skin. In addition to that, Izuku always had an ever-so-present grin on his face. He simply couldn't be troubled. His father was well off, he had to have been. How else could he have paid for all of those visits to the nearest bar? But everyone seemed to ignore that detail and focus on the fact that he managed to pay his bills and he managed to feed himself and his child. What an outstanding man Midoriya Hisashi was. Not a single mean bone inside the man. And because it was absolutely impossible to understand and bear pain at a young age, Izuku's suffering went unnoticed. No, it went unnoticed not because of young age, but because someone as privileged as Midoriya Izuku had no right to be unhappy. He had an amazing and loving father, he was well fed, he was being given a proper education. If he were to complain about anything, it was only him being a brat. So when Izuku tried telling his auntie, he was slapped for even daring to make such accusations. Midoriya Hisashi was a trusted man and just a sad soul who needed all the praise anyone could offer. He would never be able to hurt anyone, even if that person was in the wrong. That just proved how great of a man he was. His life was a series of unfortunate events, as his cruel wife had left him with no explanation 2 years after having a child with him. What a slut. She was probably seeing someone behind Hisashi's back. Right? Because when someone left Hisashi, it was never his fault. He's too pure. Hisashi was far too sweet to have done anything wrong. He could never hurt anyone, so the accusations of domestic violence put against him by Midoriya Inko were dismissed. Whenever young Inko would try and tell her friends about Hisashi's destructive ways, they always dismissed her as crazy or intention-wear. It wasn't their fault they couldn't believe her, no, it was Inko's fault for not being convincing enough. So when she left, the people of the neighborhood gathered around Hisashi and his small child to grieve for the loss of someone they held dear. Comforting the man to the best of their abilities, they would take him out for drinks while the child was left at home with their own wives. Sure, Hisashi was a kind soul when he wasn't drunk, that is. Everyone saw the happy, dorky side of Hisashi, the Hisashi Midoriya Inko married. The forgetful, nerdy, and pure black-haired green-eyed Hisashi who cared for everyone around him. Not the destructive cold-eyed Hisashi alcohol created. Smelling the pungent scent of alcohol rolling off Hisashi, young Izuku smiled brightly, dropping his Legos. Finally his father was home. He got up, abandoning the colorful toy bricks, to grab a crumpled-up piece of paper. It was proof Izuku could now write his name in kanji. Izuku had been practicing for weeks on end to perfect the kanji for his name. It was difficult, but Izuku wasn't one for giving up. You could see it in his beautiful big green eyes. Filthy piece of sheet. You take after your piece of sheet, mother. Izuku's heart dropped. What had he done wrong this time? I come home after such a hard FNG day at work, and here you are spilling your Dmed Legos all over the Dmed place. Hisashi roughly kicked at Midoriya's little shaking body. Hurry the hell up and pick them up, before I seriously get set off and give you a reason to cry. He thought that his papa would be a little happier today, especially since he finally learned how to properly write his name. His teacher stuck a gold star on the sheet of paper and everything. Fearing that he'd be given a heavier punishment if he didn't hurry, Izuku picked up the pace. Maybe if he could clean fast enough, Hisashi would give him some of those old gummies in the cupboard? For years I've been providing for your sorry, but the least you could do is keep the FNG house clean. After you're done cleaning, come into the med kitchen. I'm going you 5 minutes to finish up, any later than that and I'm going to whoop your butt. The curly-haired 4-year-old kept his head down, focusing on the Legos, briefly nodding his head in acknowledgement. Hastily picking up his Legos and putting them into his tiny cardboard box, Izuku sprinted into the kitchen. Dread and anxiety filled his stomach when he realized he wouldn't be given the gummies he had hoped he'd receive for being able to master writing his name. Instead, he realized he'd be punished for his lack of maturity while his father was at work. Biting his lip, his eyes began to water. Why was he so stupid? He shouldn't have played with those Legos Auntie Mitsuki bought for him. Already about to start FNG crying? I haven't even FANG touched you yet, little sheet. It seems to me like you want 2 beatings instead of 1. Hisashi set a metal fork on the lit stove, waiting for the fork to heat up patiently. Give me your FNG arm. When the child merely stared at the floor, sobbing, Hisashi darkened his tone. Arm, now Izuku. Crying even harder, little Izuku straightened out his tiny arm. Was it that FNG hard? Making sure to keep a tight grip on the little arm, Hisashi removed the fork from the stove. What did you do wrong? Izuku's mind blanked. What had he done wrong? Izuku looked absolutely hopeless. He genuinely had no idea what he had done wrong. Izuku kept quiet, unable to give his father a proper answer. Hisashi, deciding to break the unpleasant silence, pressed the burning metal against one of Izuku's fading bruises. You want to keep crying and not answer the FING question? This fork won't be coming off your FANG arm until you answer it. I didn't raise you to be disrespectful, Izuku. I don't know, Daddy. I really don't know. Take it off, please. Izuku began, wailing, trying to pry Hisashi off of him. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Even if he had remembered doing something wrong, he couldn't think straight at this point. The only thing on the child's mind was to get the burning hot metal off of his skin. Was it the Legos? Maybe his father was upset because he hadn't picked up the Legos? What if Izuku got the answer wrong? He would probably receive another beating if he were to be wrong. Izuku felt like he was being choked. Tears began gathering in his emerald eyes once again. Getting fed up, Hisashi reheated the fork and began pressing it against the skin on Izuku's little thighs. Oh, but he didn't stop there. He needed to prove to Izuku that lying was disgusting. Being a liar was the worst thing you could ever be. Hisashi grabbed the nearest item, an old big wooden spoon, and beat Izuku with it until he left dark purple bruises on the boy's tiny bony back. Do you remember what you did wrong now, stupid butt? Hisashi yelled, grabbing onto one of Izuku's burns harshly. He yanked Izuku up roughly, still holding onto the child's burns, not seeming to care for the forming blister adorning Izuku's skin. I left my Legos out, Izuku wailed, shaking. Hisashi's eyes immediately softened. See, was that hard? All you had to do was tell Papa what you did wrong, then maybe I wouldn't have hurt you so much. You know I hate hitting you, Izuku, but sometimes you need to be taught a lesson, so that you don't turn out to be a bad boy. He gently held the child, rocking him gently. He did care for the child, but hitting Izuku was necessary in order for him to grow into a proper man. Let's go clean you up so that Daddy doesn't get in trouble, yeah? Shakily nodding, Izuku held on to his father as Hisashi lifted him up and off the ground. Closing his eyes, Izuku hoped Hisashi would hold him in his arms just a little longer. Izuku loved his father, but he only loved the warm and caring side of his father, the one his neighbors knew, not the drunk father, because that was the father that beat him. Maybe if he did something really amazing, his father would stop drinking? After reaching Midoriya's plain room, Hisashi tended to the child's wounds and tucked him in. He didn't hate the child, but hitting him gave a sense of relief to Hisashi. It lifted the heavy weight off his shoulders, and it was necessary in order to de-escape Izuku. He had hoped Inko was happy with that stupid decision she made. Leaving Hisashi all alone to try and take care of their kid was the crappiest thing she could have ever done. At school, no one seemed to notice Izuku's bandages as he often played alone in the sandbox. That was up until one blonde-haired little boy approached Izuku with his little group. Hey Deku, what's up with those wraps? You trying to dress up as a hero or something? Izuku was in utter shock, quickly averting his eyes to the floor. Bakugo Katsuki, the most aggressive kid attending the daycare, had approached him without any sign of malicious intent. No, I just fell down the stairs yesterday. Izuku replied, twirling his thumbs shyly. It was a habit of his when he was nervous, and Bakugo had picked up on it. Sure, Katsuki tried to act all tough and mighty, but really? He admired Izuku, even if he was softer than other boys. Really? I dunno, Deku, you always say that. I thought maybe this time you really wanted to be like Eraserhead because of all of those raps you decided to put on. You must have fell really hard. Bakugo plopped down right next to the boy. Quit being a klutz and take care of yourself. You probably fall so much because you don't eat vegetables. Mommy says that you don't eat vegetables you get sick. Okay, Kaken, I'll eat more vegetables. Izuku smiled softly, eyes still glued to the floor. He wasn't great at socializing with other children, since he preferred keeping his distance in fear of being harmed. That's probably why you haven't gotten your quirk yet. Maybe your quirk likes vegetables. Izuku laughed. Kaken, vegetables are gross. I don't think anyone's quirk likes vegetables. But even if you get a quirk, I don't think it'll be as cool as mine. Bakugo smirked arrogantly, gently releasing explosions from his tiny hands, being careful not to hurt himself or Izuku. Well yeah, no one can have a quirk as cool and strong as Kaken's. But I hope I get one like Papa's even though your quirk is stronger. He can breathe fire. Izuku smiled proudly, eyes sparkling in admiration. That's pretty cool, but mine's still cooler. Bakugo exclaimed, a large grin spreading across his face. Wanna play heroes? It'll be fun. Izuku smiled widely, nodding ecstatically. Playing heroes was one of the things that he always looked forward whether it was at the park or at the daycare. Standing up abruptly, Katsuki offered his hand to young Midoriya, smiling brightly. Well then hurry and get up. I don't want to start off without you. Lifting Izuku up and off the ground, Katsuki continued to hold the smaller's hand as he sprinted towards the playground. Laughter and glee filled the air as more kids joined in. For the first time in months, Izuku was content. I'm sorry to say, but the kid will not be receiving a quirk at all due to a small joint in his pinky toes. The doctor stated bluntly, staring at Hisashi awaiting his reaction. Hisashi scoffed slightly. I'm sorry, but what? What do you mean he's quirkless because of some joint in his pinky toe? Hisashi was beyond furious. No child of his was going to be abnormal. The doctor had to have made a mistake. Well, ever since quirks had been introduced to modern society, the human body has evolved in multiple ways, one of which is the loss of that unnecessary toe joint. Currently, only 20% of the population have been deemed quirkless. Your son is quite unlucky. Hisashi couldn't believe what he was hearing. His son was quirkless? Staring at the now crying Izuku, Hisashi merely shook his head in disgust. Of course his demed son would be one of the few to not receive a quirk. How was he supposed to raise him now? He would be raising a freak of nature. Standing up, Hisashi grabbed Izuku's wrist tightly and stormed out of the room, heading back to his car. Get in, he muttered out before entering the car. Gently shutting the door, a crying Izuku buckled his seatbelt. Quit crying, freak. The least you could do is pretend to be normal. Honestly. Hisashi rubbed his face, muttering a few profanities under his breath before he began his way back home. Papa! Whimpered out little Izuku, barely able to keep himself from breaking out into another sobbing fit. What is it, brat? Izuku rubbed his tears once again and sniffled. Can I become a hero? Hisashi wanted to laugh at the thought of a defect child like Izuku ever becoming a hero. Really? After having me waste my time to take you to the clinic? And after being told you're quirkless, you really believe you still can be a hero? My God, don't tell me you're stupid too? Of course you can't be a demed hero, Izuku. Stop dreaming about shit like that because in the end you won't achieve it. I'm telling you this right FNG now, make your dreams realistic. You won't be anything more than a gas station attendant, because nobody likes FRTKs. Freaks are disgusting, Izuku. Izuku kept quiet, knowing his punishment would surpass yelling if he spoke up. We're home. Get out of the DMN car and go upstairs. Stay in your room until I'm done getting your bath ready. I have to clean all of the FNG grime off of your sorry butt. Izuku quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the car, and ran inside. Hisashi followed, silently brooding. Hisashi must have been some sort of serial in his past life to deserve a life like this. Izuku made his way into his room quickly, plopping down onto the floor and curling up into a tiny ball awaiting for Hisashi's call. Hisashi entered the washroom and began to fill the tub up full of scorching water. Exiting the room, he brought back a small thin tank top, shorts, and some new boxers for Izuku to wear. Stretching, he yelled out for Izuku. "Hurry up and get over here, Izuku." Springing up in alarm, Izuku quickly ran down the hall and into the small bathroom. "Hurry up and undress. The bath is going to get cold." Undressing himself, being mindful of the bandages, Izuku entered the bath. Instead of a lukewarm temperature, the water was almost boiling. His skin beginning to burn, Izuku immediately tried to crawl out. His little legs felt as if they were being set ablaze and his arms felt charred. "It's too hot, Daddy." Izuku cried out, trying to haul himself out of the bath, tears running down his chubby cheeks. Shoving Izuku back down, Hisashi began to scrub Izuku's tiny back roughly, making sure to press down hard on the bruises. "We have to find clean you, Izuku. We need wash away all of the dirt." Grabbing Izuku by his hair, Hisashi shoved him under the water, keeping him under for 5 seconds. Watching Izuku's little limbs try and pry himself out of the bath, Hisashi roughly pulled him back up. "What the hell is your problem, Izuku? Look at what you've done. You've gotten water everywhere." Draining the water, Hisashi grabbed the bowl he uses to rinse Izuku off with. Filling it up with the sweltering water, he dumped it on Izuku's arms and legs. Izuku began to beg. His high-pitched voice could be heard asking and pleading for forgiveness as Hisashi continued to pour the torrid water all over the poor boy. Izuku could almost feel his skin peeling due to the constant and vigorous rubbing. The bathroom suddenly increased to an almost suffocating temperature. Izuku felt a tightness begin to form in his chest. One last splash was heard before Hisashi pulled Izuku out of the bath. "Since you wanted to complain about the bath being too hot, you don't get to dry off. Only good boys get to dry off, and what are you?" Izuku, whose frail body was already racking with sobs, could only muster a soft whimper. "What are you, Izuku?" "I'm a bad boy, Daddy." Izuku wailed, trying his best to cover himself up. "Good, now dress up and head back to your room. You don't need to come back out, you won't be getting dinner." Standing up, Hisashi exited the bathroom and headed off toward the kitchen to prepare himself dinner. Izuku shakily grasped the small tank top, shorts, and boxers that were sprawled out on the floor. The skin on his hands were already red and irritated. It wouldn't be surprising if blisters began to form on the exposed skin. Shakily putting on his boxers and shorts, Izuku began to bandage himself up. Even if he did a poor job, it was necessary. Shivering, Izuku forced his tiny body off the ground and waddled back into his room. He was definitely going to get sick. His small stomach growled loudly. Ignoring the emptiness of his stomach, Izuku closed his eyes and fell into a slumber. Growl, growl. Groaning, Izuku pulled the thin covers down, visibly distressed and shivering softly at the loss of warmth. It was late into the night and the child was still awake due to the emptiness of his tiny stomach and the dampness of his fluffy hair. He felt sweaty and hot, and his throat was so dry it felt as if it could crack. A sharp pain jabbed at his temple as he tried sitting up. Bringing his tiny chubby hands up to his face, he began rubbing his dough-like eyes gently. Rolling out of bed, Izuku knew he needed to eat something, but he also knew he couldn't wake up his father. Sitting down on the hard wooden floor, Izuku contemplated his options for a short while until he thought it'd be best to slip on a pair of old fluffy socks he got last Christmas from one of the daycare teachers. The socks softened his steps. He didn't have to risk getting caught. Slipping the little fluffy socks on, Izuku tiptoed out of his room, not bothering to shut the door in fear of making a sound. Staying close to the walls, Izuku made it to the living room. There, lying on the couch, was a snoring and drunk Hisashi. Holding his breath, Izuku peeked his head out, catching a glimpse of the small electronic clock on the table side. 3:33 in the morning. Hisashi would be up in 2 hours to go work. Izuku didn't know exactly what his father did, but in the end he didn't really care. He was always in too much pain to care. Looking straight ahead, Izuku knew it'd be difficult to get into the kitchen, especially since he would have to get past the couch and large coffee table. Quickly, yet carefully, Izuku managed to crouch over to the back of the couch. Gulping, Izuku began to slowly walk over the coffee table. He felt the sweat drip down his face, and his body began to shake. His mind grew foggy and clouded, he couldn't think properly. Getting dizzy, Izuku tripped on his own feet. A loud thud echoed throughout the small room. Hisashi grumbled, waking up. Freezing in place, Izuku held his breath. He was sweating profusely, eyes wide, throat dry. Quickly hiding underneath the coffee table, Izuku shakily covered his mouth. Staring intently at Hisashi's moving body, Izuku began thinking of excuses he could use to explain why he was awake. The temperature rose, and Izuku's heart began to race. The heat was absolutely suffocating. Hisashi, now awake, rubbed his face grumpily. Too tired and too drunk to care about the loud thud, Hisashi stood up and made his way back to his room. After making sure he was gone, Izuku let out the small breath he was holding, slumping down in relief. Crawling out from underneath the coffee table, Izuku quietly made his way into the kitchen. Waiting a couple minutes in case Hisashi decided to come back, Izuku opened the fridge and found leftovers from 2 nights ago. Izuku felt tears slip down his cheeks at the sight of edible food. Shakily grabbing the small container out of the fridge, Izuku quietly whispered his prayers. Eating his share of food, Izuku quietly set the remainder of the leftovers back into the fridge. Patting his full stomach gently, Izuku quietly waddled back into his room. Making his way down the hallway, he made it to the front of the room. The door was shut? He didn't remember closing it. Confused, Izuku pushed the door open weakly. Eyes widening, Izuku felt all color drain from his body. His tiny frame went frigid, and all the food he had just ate felt its way back up his tiny neck. Tears slipped silently down his cheeks as he shook his head in disbelief. You really think I'm that stupid, Izuku? Learn to close your door next time you want to sneak out to get food. It had been 5 days since Midoriya Izuku came to the daycare, and Bakugo Katsuki began to worry. The kid was never absent, even when he was wrapped in bandages, so why hadn't Izuku returned to school? Was he hurt? Was he sick? Why was Katsuki worried so much? It was probably because he wanted someone to tease and play with, but maybe, just maybe, it was because deep down Bakugo cared for the small green-haired child. Hey Bakugo, we're all gonna play heroes. Come join. Smiles one of the girls, running over to him, grabbing him by his hand. No, leave me alone. Bakugo grumbled, roughly pulling his hand out of the other's grip. Why are you so grumpy? It's because Midoriya isn't here, right? He'll come back soon. He always does. The girl pouted, grabbing Bakugo's hand once again, prompting him to join. No means no, weirdo. You're gonna give me cooties, so quit holding my hand. Blowing a raspberry, Bakugo once again pulled his hand out of the other's grip and ran off to the nearest tree. Climbing up the tree, Bakugo perched up on a sturdy-looking branch. Normally, if any other kid would have gotten sick and didn't show up for a couple of days, Bakugo wouldn't care, but there was something about Izuku not attending daycare that simply felt wrong. Bakugo wasn't stupid. He noticed that the skinny child had an air of melancholy and gloom surrounding him. What caused this? Bakugo had absolutely no idea, for he himself was still just a child. Bakugo's gaze fell upon the old oak tree deeper into the forest behind the daycare. It was an old great oak tree, that was for sure. Izuku and Bakugo would always perch upon the branches of that tree every time they wanted to have time to themselves. On that very tree, 6 days ago, Bakugo and Izuku had been chatting when the subject of mothers made its way into the conversation. Bakugo had asked the young Midoriya about his mother, and Izuku simply said that she left. It seemed to explain the sad look Izuku always had on his face. After all, who wouldn't miss their mother if she had gone away for a long time? Even as she enjoyed yelling, Bakugo knew he'd miss his mother if she were to disappear. So when it turned out Izuku had skipped a couple days of school because he fell off a tall play structure near the local park and was left with a broken arm and a sprained neck, Bakugo didn't think anything of it. In the end, he too was still just a child surrounded by blind adults. At around 5:30 in the morning, a bruised Midoriya Hisashi ran into the emergency room holding a bloodied and broken child in his arms. What happened, sir? Questioned a young doctor, examining Izuku's injuries carefully. We had went over to a family friend's house and fallen asleep. You see, I work full-time and am a single parent, so I was obviously exhausted. My friend, not wanting to wake us, let us sleep. I woke up due to one of the alarms I had set up on my phone for work. I woke up my dearest Izuku and left a small note for my friend. On our way home, someone attacked us. I don't remember much. But when I came back to my senses, I saw Izuku lying on the floor and Hisashi began to choke up, roughly rubbing at his eyes. Eyes softening, the doctor gently turned to look at Hisashi. Little Izuku will be just fine, he's quite the soldier. Then his neck and arm, he only has bruises and scrapes. Though he has quite the amount of scars. Care to explain? His mother. She was an abusive alcoholic, so we left her. Even then I couldn't protect him. God, I'm such a failure of a father. Hisashi held his face in his hands, sniffling softly, being sure to make his lie as convincing as possible. The doctor's eyes widened and softened almost instantly, shaking his head slightly in sadness. Hisashi had the doctor right where he wanted him. I'm very sorry you two had to go through that. Just know you both are safe now. He'll be fine in a matter of days, though he still has a slight fever. Give him 5 days and he should be fine. Smiled the doctor as he stood up to call in a nurse to bandage young Izuku up. Thank you so much, doctor. Sobbed Hisashi, quickly rushing to Izuku's side. It's no problem, sir. You two take care, all right? And just like that, the young doctor was put under Hisashi's spell. Although it was more of a curse in a way. After all, the people put under it became blind to Hisashi's odd behaviors and habits. They began to ignore young Izuku's constant subtle cries for help. It had been 2 weeks until Midoriya Izuku managed to get back on his feet and go back to the daycare. You would expect after having so much time off, one would be refreshed and happy, but that visibly wasn't the case for Midoriya. Not only did he look to be in pain, but he hadn't uttered a single word other than a small hello, which was occasionally appointed to one of their supervisors. It had begun to worry Katsuki. No matter how much he tried to get Izuku to play with them, the green-haired boy simply wouldn't budge. His big green eyes that were almost always glistening with hope had turned into a dark, muddy, ugly green. Katsuki began to slowly despise the color as the days passed. It was boring and ugly, but it wasn't going away. After 2 weeks, kids began to give up on the young small boy. Even the ever-so-persistent Katsuki began to lose hope. The young greenette always seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, mumbling softly to himself and flinching any time a child approached him. Bakugo was losing his temper, and he was losing it fast. His only true friend was hurting, and he somehow just couldn't seem to help him. As much as it saddened the young Bakugo, it also set him off. Why was Izuku being so selfish? Couldn't he tell that Bakugo was clearly worried sick? Katsuki felt as if he was being choked, all of his frustrations swirling around within the large domain of his mind. Another week had passed before the young boy finally snapped. What is your problem? Grabbing Izuku by his collar and hauling him up and off the ground, Bakugo growled. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, staring at the blonde blankly. Huh? It's been almost 6 weeks, you Deku. Say something. Izuku's eyes watered, looking away from the other boy. Izuku wasn't allowed to be happy, it had become evident finally. The hundreds of beatings he received from Hisashi, the green-haired boy finally broke. He had cracked like a little old porcelain doll. Are you mad at me? Did I do something? Katsuki's eyes softened as he grabbed the other child's face. He gently titled Izuku's face up and stared intently at all of Izuku's features. Bakugo sighed heavily. You still have those ugly green eyes. Izuku bit his lip. It was not that he didn't want to tell Katsuki, it was that he simply could not. No one ever spoke about their punishments. Izuku did not want to be the one to break this unspoken rule, because he knew others had it worse and he shouldn't be complaining. Hisashi was a great man, even if he got upset sometimes. What if one of the kids attending the daycare had a dad that was mad all the time? Who beat you up? I'll kill them. Katsuki pouted, determination spreading through his features. Izuku shook his head softly. I can't tell you. Tell me. I can't tell you. Tell me. I can't tell you, Kaken. You're telling me the minute. Katsuki roughly grabbed Izuku by his hand and sprinted off to look for their tree. I'm going to ask you one more time. Who beat you up? Bakugo, panting softly, was seething with pure anger. Izuku went red. If I told you, you'd hit me for being stupid. Izuku pouted. He sighed softly. What was he to do now? He didn't want Katsuki thinking he was a bad boy. That was the only reason he ever got hit by Hisashi. Idiot. Tell me who it was before I hit you. Bakugo's eyes softened slightly, but he still held his ground. Izuku's eyes water. His options are to either lie and really be a bad boy, or tell the truth and have Kaken think he's a loser. Biting his lip, he nervously looked up at Bakugo. I don't really remember how they looked, but they were very, very, very tall. Maybe in high school? Izuku lied, messing with his curls. It was one of Izuku's habits to mess with his hair when he lied. It was something only Hisashi had picked up on. Izuku didn't favor lying, but at times it was a necessity to escape the brutal beatings Hisashi would bestow upon him. Glaring, Bakugo kept quiet for what seemed to be an eternity before he broke the silence. You could have just told me earlier. You made it seem like one of your friends beat you. Rolling his eyes, he gently ruffled Izuku's hair. Let's go climb up the tree and wait until my mom or your dad comes. Not waiting for an answer, Bakugo climbed up the tree, perching on the thickest branch he could find. Izuku smiled to himself, his cheeks dusted a soft pink. Soon enough, he also began climbing the tree. 5-year time skip. What the hell, Izuku? You made a crappy but dinner and you broke a goddamn plate? Hisashi roughly pulled Izuku back by his hair, slamming his face into the shards. You think this is funny? You're effing lucky I didn't drop you off in the nearest dumpster, little sheet. Stomping on Izuku's back roughly, Hisashi let go of the greenette's curly locks. You look like a FINGFG. Hurry up and cut your med hair. Hisashi rose, still glaring at the young 9-year-old mess of a boy. I have work soon, and when I come back and I see that the house isn't effing spotless, I won't just stomp on you. Grabbing his work bag, Hisashi exited the house blankly looking ahead. That was one of his favorite plates. Gently cleaning out his wounds, Izuku hissed softly. His father had really overdone it this time. The teachers would surely notice at this point. He was left with a large gash in his forehead and 2 smaller gashes along his tiny cheek. Sighing softly, Izuku ripped out the next piece of glass that was still lodged in his freckled forehead. Washing his hands, he carefully tossed the glass into the nearest trash can, making sure he didn't drop any on the floors of his father's apartment. After throwing away the glass shards, Izuku began to clean up the rest of the mess he made. It had been a Friday, so his face still had some time to heal. What could he say? He couldn't tell the teachers that it was his dad's fault. No, the police would take him away. Izuku didn't want to be taken away from his dad, even if he hit him. Izuku had come to realize that what Hisashi was doing wasn't normal after having spent a lot of time at the Bakugas. Sure, Mitsuki yelled a lot, but not once did she nor her husband ever hit the younger Bakugo. Izuku had come to realize that he would never have what Bakugo had. He came to terms with that after his 6th birthday, when instead of a birthday present he received a long 6-hour beating from his very own father. Sickening, wasn't it? All the young Midoriya wanted was the long-awaited love from his father. Slowly, Izuku began drowning in his own sea of thoughts. What if his mother never left? What if he had a quirk? These questions led to even more questions, and Izuku felt himself beginning to hyperventilate. The world around him was darkening, and he was spinning. No, he was falling into a never-ending dark pit. His heart began to pound into his chest, almost as if it was trying to find its way out of his body. He heard his own thoughts buzzing so loudly, it could be mistaken for the buzzing of a large beehive. When had the room become so loud? How could the room become so loud? Why was it so loud? The temperature rose drastically, and Izuku could feel the sweat dripping down his tiny little neck. Despite the sweat encasing his body, his throat grew dry and coarse, so coarse that he could almost feel it crumbling. Izuku's huge hollow eyes bore themselves into the floor under him, trying to stay conscious. Until suddenly his tiny little frail body dropped. Gasping for air, one last question lingered on his mind before he found himself falling into the arms of slumber. How could someone as filthy as him ever become a hero? I have a business trip. It'll last around 3 days. I expect you to take care of the house while I'm gone. Hisashi spoke, flipping through the channels on the old TV. Hurry up and pack my things. Don't forget anything unless you want a beating. Quickly rising from his position on the kitchen floor, Izuku abandoned his prior assignment of scrubbing tiles to go and pack up his father's luggage. Hisashi had left for business trips twice every year, typically during the summer, but for some odd reason this business trip happened to lie upon the cold season of winter. Still, those few days of freedom felt just like a fresh cold glass of water after a long day of hard work. If only Izuku was given more of those refreshing days. Usually, Izuku would stay alone at home, but this time he was going to stay at the Bakugo's. After Katsuki found out about the business trips, he wouldn't allow the young Midoriya to stay home alone. Who would cook for the young boy? How would Izuku defend himself if someone were to break in? Most importantly, who would feed the boy his vegetables? The young Bakugo strongly believed the reason as to why Izuku never received a quirk was due to his lack of vegetable intake. If only life was that easy. Izuku smiled softly back at the memory. Katsuki did not even wait for an answer before he determined Izuku would have to stay over. As forceful as the child was, he had a good heart. He would make a great hero. Gently zipping up the luggage, Izuku made his way back to the living room. It's finished, sir. Hisashi smiled. Good job, now come here. Izuku bowed his head and made his way over to Hisashi reluctantly. Something was most definitely wrong. The only time Hisashi smiled like this in front of Izuku was when the Bakugo's came over to have dinner. Even then, his smile was sickening. Hisashi's smile grew into a large forced grotesque smirk. Izuku froze, awaiting a punishment he knew he would receive. Setting Izuku onto his lap, he gently touched his lips onto Izuku's little ear. The young greenette could feel the man's hot breath against his ear, all while he felt 2 strong arms wrap themselves around his tiny little waist. Why the hell aren't my shoes packed, you little sheet? You expect me to walk if I'm barefoot? Hisashi hissed, shoving Izuku onto the floor roughly. Izuku mentally thunked himself in the head. How could he have forgotten the man's shoes? What kind of idiot would forget to pack shoes? Only someone as stupid as Izuku would leave out the shoes. Shakily rising, Izuku kept staring blankly at the floor with glazed eyes. He had really done it now. He could feel the rage practically radiating off of his father. It was upsetting, for Izuku had managed to not tick the explosive-like man off for 4 days. And just like a bomb, Hisashi was bound to explode. It had been obvious Hisashi had been waiting for young Izuku to slip up. From his constant gaze upon all of the young boy's actions to constantly checking the greenette's work in case there were any mistakes. Go grab my belt. Rising up, Izuku forced his tiny food-deprived body to make its way to his father's room. Pulling out Hisashi's favorite leather belt, Izuku's eyes watered. How much more of this abuse could he handle before he cracked? Shaking his head weakly, Izuku made his way back to Hisashi. There was no point in pitying himself, for that would not change a single thing. Handing Hisashi the belt reluctantly, Izuku got on his knees. He reluctantly pulled off his old tattered white shirt, in preparation for the whipping. Izuku felt big fat tears begin to roll down his sunken-in cheeks. The whipping with a belt always seemed to hurt the most. Quit crying, Izuku, you aren't a whip. Baby! Whip. Are you? Each whip grew more vicious. The room filled with the young boy's cries and jeers as his father ruthlessly lashed the belt against his already bruised back. Even though blood was drawn, Hisashi didn't stop. In fact, the opening adorning the young boy's tiny back only made Hisashi want to hit the child even more. But even the cruel man himself wouldn't be able to tell you. There was something about the blood oozing that completely mesmerized Hisashi. The contrast between the ivory of Izuku's skin and the striking crimson red that was absolutely stunning. Hisashi's whips were only getting harder with no sign of halting. It had taken 10 whips until Izuku finally began to retch and gasp for air. Nothing but the boy's own spit fell onto the wooden floor. What was he supposed to throw up? He only ate a slice of white bread last night. The poor thing was running empty. Shaking and gasping for air, Izuku collapsed onto the cold planks, unable to handle the pain any longer. Hisashi pulled Izuku up roughly by his arm, visibly irritated. "You really that fucking weak? You better run, boy, or else you're getting another FNG beating." Hisashi growled, shaking Izuku roughly. No response. "Izuku, I'm talking to you, piece of shit." Backhanding the boy, Hisashi sighed loudly. It was obvious the kid wasn't completely awake. Izuku had waned drastically from just a few moments ago. What a disappointment the young boy was. Trying to keep his eyes open, Izuku dizzily started up at his father. The older man's lips were moving, so why couldn't he hear him? Izuku smiled weakly, leaning against his father with no hesitation. He must have been dreaming. After all, everything felt too warm and fuzzy. "It's okay to rest. Please sleep, Izuku," spoke a gentle, motherly voice. Who was that? Weakly managing to turn his head, Izuku saw a slim figure of what seemed to be a woman. Before he could reply, the slim figure disappeared into the darkness of the gloomy room. Soon after her, young Izuku also began to fade into the darkness. The next morning, Izuku awoke in his bedroom. He felt an excruciatingly intense pain all over his back. What had caused this? Rubbing his eyes roughly, last night's events began to rush back into Izuku's memory. It was the belt. Rising up from his bed, Izuku made his way over to his dresser. After rolling on his thick socks and a thick sweater, the greenette found himself in the bathroom brushing his teeth. The house was unsettlingly quiet, especially for a Saturday. Carefully shutting the bathroom door, Izuku pulled himself close to the wall with a light foot, rendering his steps soundless. Due to the constant sneaking around, Izuku had quite the amount of tricks up his sleeve. Peering into the kitchen from the hallway, the boy saw a bright yellow post-it note hung up on the small fridge. Furrowing his eyebrows, Izuku made his way over to the note, loosing any sort of fear he held onto earlier. Had his father already left for his business trip? No, it was far too soon for him to go. He always told Izuku about his trips 5 days prior to the actual date. Gently peeling the post-it off of the fridge, Izuku read over it carefully. "Something came up and I'll be gone earlier than I anticipated. Don't know how long I'll be gone, but you better effing behave yourself while I'm away." Izuku threw away the note, slipped on his shoes, and proceeded to swipe the extra key off of the marble counter. To say the least, Izuku was absolutely ecstatic. He not only didn't have to deal with being beat every DMN day, but he could spend some time with the blonde fiery spirit he knew as Kaken. Eyes widening, Izuku's mood completely crashed. The gashes on his back were surely to be noticed by the Bakugas. Biting his lip, Izuku made his way back inside, shutting the door behind him. Quickly jogging back into his room, Izuku carefully peeled off the bandages around his chest and torso. Hisashi had seriously overdone it this time. All of Izuku's back was covered in angry red and irritated skin. Though most of the young boy's injuries would not scar, there was a horrifying injury that'd surely scar horribly. His ivory skin was peeled back, and dried blood surrounded the deep cut. Thin as it was still guaranteed to scar. Sure, Izuku had plenty of scars on his feet due to his father's fury, but never did Hisashi dare to scar his back due to how easy it was to be discovered. How would he cover this up? Grabbing new bandages, Izuku began to bandage himself, being mindful of the severity of his wounds. Even burns did not hurt this much, yet the greenette somehow managed to not flinch even as the bandages rubbed against his bumps mercilessly. He had grown accustomed to the constant aching of the common injuries. Dressing himself up once again, Izuku stood up and carried himself out the small apartment. Living in an old rusty building, Izuku didn't have to worry about being too loud, for he didn't have many neighbors. He and his father lived on the very top floor, and due to safety issues many chose to live on the floors closer to the ground. Personally, Izuku loved living on the top floor, for he could gaze upon all the buildings and parks and people passing by. Even days where he was forcibly locked into his room, he'd find amusement within watching others carry on normal tasks. Every once in and then he'd see a hero pass by. Heading down the stairs, Izuku kept his head down in case he ran into any of his neighbors, as Izuku did not enjoy confrontation of any kind. As silly as it was, the young freckled child had a fear of those who he did not know or understand. It explained why he made no friends ever since he enrolled in actual grade school. Making it out of the building, Izuku halted. Where should he go? Going to the Bakugo's house only asked for trouble. Biting his lip, Izuku continued to ponder. Maybe he could just go the park? He could always head over to the older boy's house tonight. Yeah, that was the best option he had. He could take the time at the park to clear his mind and make up a few lies and excuses. Nodding to himself happily, Izuku began walking to the nearest park, whistling softly to his own tune. He lived in a beautiful town in Japan. It was especially beautiful this winter. Although it didn't snow very often, the air simply smelled of a fresh chilling breeze that guaranteed some sort of rain. Smiling to himself, Izuku continued to observe his surroundings. It wasn't the best side of Japan, but it was still fairly peaceful due to how far it was from Tokyo. Tokyo, on the other hand, was filled with crimes due to its huge population. Sure, Izuku would love to see how many undiscovered heroes live in Tokyo, but he wasn't willing to take the risk of living there, for he had no quirk. A quirkless person would never imagine to ever be able to become a hero, as unfortunate as it was. Making his way into the park, Izuku saw his favorite spot, the single wooden park bench at the corner of the playground. Due to the surrounding grass, many families decided on merely setting up picnics in order to further enjoy their stay. Getting closer to the bench, Izuku saw a head full of blonde hair. Freezing in place, Izuku began to worry. Where would he sit? There was no way he'd sit next to a stranger. Looking around, the park was full of people. Why was it so packed today? He couldn't sit anywhere even if he really needed to. The only place he could truly sit on were the trees, but even then he'd look like a complete idiot if he fell off. Kaken wasn't there to catch him if he fell. Bringing his hand up to his face, Izuku began to bit on his nails. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't head back home. He didn't want to head back home. Izuku could feel the temperature rise, as sweat trickled down his tiny forehead. So many people were surrounding, they were staring. Why were they staring? They weren't going to hurt him, were they? Tears trickled down the boy's cheeks. Of course they'd hurt him. He wasn't beneficial to society. What could he possibly do to help others? He had no quirk, he wasn't strong, he wasn't smart. How could someone so useless even think of helping society? All the air he felt moments ago had disappeared, and Izuku was gasping for it. Shaking, Izuku turned around, getting ready to sprint. But, hey kid, are you okay? It's going to be alright, just breathe for me, alright? Flinching, Izuku looked up. The blonde-haired skinny man he'd priorly seen sitting on the bench had now his hands on the young boy's shoulders. Don't hurt me, Izuku muttered, fat tears rolling down his cheeks. Hurt you? Why would I hurt you? Seeming to be truly baffled, the man continued. I won't hurt you, I promise. Though I really need you to breathe for me, please. Listening to the man, Izuku began to take deep, slow breaths. Great job. Now can you tell me your name? The man's eyes were a somewhat warm, piercing blue. He was genuinely concerned. In fear of messing up, Izuku gave no answer. What would this kind man think of him after he stumbled over his own words? That'd be a disaster. The blonde man would probably think the younger boy to be stupid. Hey, it's okay. I'm really not going to hurt you. What's your name, kid? The man pressured gently. Staring at the ground, Izuku bit his lip before answering. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. He muttered softly, wiping away his own tears. Kazuki? It's nice to meet you, I'm Yagi. Smiling softly, the man reached out to ruffle the young boy's hair. Before reaching the boy's hair, the child had already flinched away. Biting his lip, Izuku had no intention of correcting the older man. It would be disrespectful and only cause trouble. Let's sit. Going over to the bench, the man stared at Izuku. Smiling softly, Yagi turned his view to the playground. How come you don't play with the other kids, Kazuki? I don't want to bother them. Getting more comfortable, Izuku let himself get comfortable, being weary of his back. It was obvious the man wasn't going to hurt him. If he really wanted to, he would have beat him a long time ago. Nodding, Yagi turned to Izuku. What do you want to be once you've grown older? Izuku's eyes widened. What would he be? All he wanted to be was hero, but that was impossible. Izuku merely shrugged. Well, what's your quirk? Maybe that'll help you out. Immediately the blond man seemed to regret asking that question due to the young boy's sudden change in attitude. Tears began to collect in the young Midoriya's eyes. Sniffling, he managed to mutter out, "Less." Furrowing his eyebrows, the older man gently queried. "Sorry, I couldn't hear you. May you repeat yourself?" Izuku sighed, bringing his knees up to his chest, being mindful of his back. "I'm quirkless." Yagi looked aghast. "I want to a hero. Do you think someone like me can do that, sir?" Izuku knew the answer. He was only feeding himself lies. The small voice in his conscience that encouraged him to become a hero was only the little bit of hope Izuku still held onto, and hope brought nothing but pain. The blonde sighed heavily. This is difficult." Seeming unsure, the man stared at Izuku for quite some time before answering. "Of course you'd need to put on some muscle and an excessive amount of training, but if you really wanted to, of course you could become a hero." Smiling softly, the man continued. "Who said you need a quirk to become a hero? You can do anything you want to if you simply put your mind to it, kiddo. Don't forget you have to have a clean heart as well. Being a hero isn't just about looking cool and becoming famous." Laughing, the man smiled a bright smile. Eyes watering, Izuku hugged the man tightly, allowing all of his pent-up emotions to spill. That was the first time anyone had ever reassured him he'd become a hero without a quirk. It was also the first time in years he truly cried himself out. After another 30 minutes of conversation, the older man ruffled the boy's hair and bid him farewell under the assumption that the young boy's parent would retrieve him from the park. Izuku was truly happy after speaking with the man, even if his injuries were still pestering him. He had never met anyone as kind as that man before. Humming softly, Izuku was making his way to the Bakugo. It was around sunset when Izuku decided to leave the park, even though the man left at around noon. The greenette had a tendency of getting lost in thought and keeping himself occupied with his little hero analysis notebooks, so even with zero human interaction, tiny Izuku could keep himself occupied. Getting lost in thought, Izuku continued down the road before he felt something snake around his waist. Vines? Eyes widening, Izuku quickly turned around, shaking. Clutching his notebook tighter, Izuku's eyes watered. The sight before him was horrifying. A man with vines for arms had gripped Izuku in his tight grasp, but what was truly terrifying was the man's blood-hungry crimson eyes. They showed no intent of letting Izuku escape. Everything around him was absolutely chaotic. People were screaming at the villain, others calling the police. Staring up at the villain, Izuku gulped loudly, trying to pry himself out of the monster's grip. He knew he wouldn't be able to escape, but what was the harm in trying? Crying out, the grip around his waist only tightened. He could feel the pricks on the vines make their way into his back. The pain was almost unbearable. Almost. "If anyone dares to try and stop me," the villain declared, hauling Izuku up and off the ground. "This kid's gonna have a rough time breathing." Cackling, the villain made his way over the crowd that had gathered, taking their valuables. "You're scum," spat a woman, as she reluctantly dumped her purse into the man's bag. Smiling haughtily, the villain simply replied with a small wink and a curt, "I know." Izuku felt sick. He was the reason the villain was able to steal from these innocent people. Just as the villain was about to take off, Izuku watched as he was pulled back by bandages? Eyes widened, Izuku's gaze followed the bandages and fell upon a young man with long black hair and some odd goggles. "You've stooped so low that you've begun kidnapping children? Disgusting." Suddenly, Izuku felt himself falling only to be caught by the other man. What happened? The man's arms were back to normal. His quirk was erased? Suddenly it all puzzles together. Eraser head. Izuku gaped, staring at the man. Setting the boy down, Aizawa continued to taunt the villain. "It's disgusting that you would even think of harming such a small child. Is it really worth it?" The villain began to back up as Eraser head edged forward. "What did you do to my quirk?" Sighing, Aizawa quickly wrapped the man in bandages. Turning towards Izuku, the dark-haired man checked for any major injuries. "Come here." I can only temporarily stop the bleeding, but once the police get here we can drive you up the hospital and get you all patched up. Izuku froze. Eraserhead would definitely see the bandages on his back if he tried to stop the bleeding. All Izuku could do was nod. If he stopped the hero, he'd only grow suspicious and the freckled boy wouldn't be able to come up with an excuse. Gently sliding off Izuku's sweater and shirt, Aizawa ignored the old bandages and wrapped the boy's waist up. Izuku sighed in relief. What happened? Aizawa asked, staring the boy dead in the eyes. Izuku cursed himself for even believing the hero didn't notice. I fell of a tree and landed on a rock when I was at the park yesterday. Uncertainty flashed through the man's eyes. Shoyuta, hurry up. We need you to file this report. The police had arrived already? Rising, Aizawa sighed. Follow me. I can't, my auntie is waiting for me. Izuku replied, uncertainty laced in his voice. What's her number? The greenette complied, giving the hero the woman's number. Izuku! Eraserhead had stayed with the younger boy until Mitsuki came to pick him up. I made a promise to your mother, and that was to keep you safe. What the hell were you thinking going out all alone? Where the hell is Hisashi? Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. Auntie Mitsuki was always so loud. Papa went on a business trip. Izuku replied softly, staring at Mitsuki. Shaking her head, Mitsuki turned to the tall hero. Thank you so much. He's always getting himself into trouble. The blonde woman picked the younger boy up. No problem. He received a few scratches, but nothing too serious. I managed to bandage him up. Aizawa replied, his gaze lingering on the boy. You should listen to your aunt, she'll keep you safe. As he walked off, Aizawa could only feel guilt crawling up his back. There was something wrong with that boy, he was far too skinny and far too scarred. Shoyuta wasn't stupid, he noticed the scars on the boy's arms, but was it really his place to say anything? They could all probably be due to his own quirk for all he knew. Sighing, Aizawa disappeared into an alleyway, continuing to look out for any more suspicious activity. After all, he was a hero. Wasn't he? Izuku, Katsuki, for Christ's sake. Go to sleep. Mitsuki sighed, turning off the television. What the hell, you old hag? We were watching that. Kaken hollered out, standing up abruptly. Izuku, rubbing his eyes with his left hand, pulled Kaken down with his right gently. Anya's right. It's kinda late. He yawned softly, resting his cheek on Katsuki's shoulder. It's not just kinda late. It's 3 in the morning. Hurry up and sleep or else you two won't be going to the park tomorrow. Mitsuki yelled, while Katsuki growled. That's unfair. Mitsuki turned to the young boy. Life's unfair. Now sleep before I get your father. Grumbling, Katsuki hugged Izuku, bowing a raspberry at his mother. Mitsuki merely rolled her eyes and bid the pair good night. Making it to her room, she gently opened the door, making sure to close it gently. They're still up, muttered her husband groggily. Yeah, but they'll be asleep soon enough. Izuku looked exhausted. Mitsuki replied, laying down next to her husband, gently covering herself and Masaru gently with their blanket. All right. Gently pecking her lips, Masaru wrapped his arms around her waist, yawning softly. Keep an eye on him, okay? He's always falling over. Masaru smiled softly. I will, don't worry. Mitsuki replied, resting her head against the other's chest. Love you. I love you too. Masaru replied, closing his eyes. Mitsuki smiled lovingly, before she too began to fall asleep. Just as she was about to fall into the arms of slumber, she could hear little giggles coming from down the hall. Catch me if you can, Deku. Masaru merely burst into laughter as his wife rose and made her way into the hallway. Go to sleep, damn it. Deku, you seriously like eggs? Gross. Kaken muttered, eating his blueberry pancakes as the younger child ate his eggs and toast. It isn't that gross if it's cooked well, Kaken. Izuku replied, smiling happily. Izuku wasn't a very picky eater, he couldn't be. If he didn't like a dish, his father would completely deprive him of any food for 3 days. It used to be a common punishment when he was younger. I wouldn't be caught dead eating DMN eggs. You should be more like Izuku and eat your diamond food, brat. Your father and I put a lot of care into preparing it for your greedy butt. Mitsuki scolded, pouring the two young boys a glass of juice as her husband continued to cook pancakes. Maybe you should put a lot of care into making something good then, ma. Katsuki replied teasingly, taking a quick swing of the orange juice. No need to tease your mother, Katsuki. You know she's trying, even if her eggs are a little bland. Masaru teased, sticking his tongue out at the fiery female. Wow, very funny, Masaru. I'm laughing so hard. Mitsuki grumbled, rolling her eyes as she set the table. It's not every day that you meet a demed comedian. It's all in good spirit, dear. Masaru replied, kissing her temple as he too began to set down the last batch of pancakes. Yes. More pancakes? Katsuki cried out, piling more onto his plate. Try some, Deku. Katsuki, what did we say about calling Izuku Deku? Masaru scolded, staring at the young blonde. Ah, come on, Dad. He doesn't mind, do you, Deku? The younger Bakugo turned to look at age younger boy. I don't mind, Uncle Masaru, it's only a nickname. Izuku smiled, happily taking a piece of Kaken's pancake. This is delicious. Right. Katsuki replied, smiling brightly. After Izuku's nearly 10 years of living, not once had he seen such care in a family. Was this how it was supposed to be? The boy could feel a tightness in his chest. Perhaps it was envy, for the boy himself would never experience living in a cozy home with a loving father and a present mother. It must have been grand waking up every morning greeted with a big breakfast and affectionate parents. What Izuku would give to have such an easy life. Sighing as he shook his head, Izuku continued eating his breakfast, making sure to include himself in the family's conversation every once in a while. He decided to push away this feeling of longing as he saw the pure happiness that glinted in Katsuki's eyes. Kaken deserved all of the happiness, for he was Izuku's protector. Being an easy target due to his quirklessness, many children chose to bully the tiny boy. Though it rarely ever got physical, it still hurt the greenette. Katsuki, being as passionate as he is, always stood up for the frail boy. In Izuku's eyes, Kaken was one of the greatest heroes ever, and that would never change. Finishing up his eggs and toast, Izuku made his way over to the sink and washed his plate, to the discontent of Mitsuki. You didn't have to. She muttered as she gently ruffled up Izuku's curly locks. All right, Deku. Let's go. Grabbing the green-haired boy's hand, Katsuki made his way over to the doorstep. You still have those nasty old red sneakers? Do your feet not grow, Deku? You're too small, you need to eat more. Katsuki scoffed as he slipped on his shoes. Hey, I do eat. Just because everyone's not as strong and big as you doesn't mean we aren't healthy, Kaken. Izuku replied, as he too slipped on his beaten-down old red sneakers. Be careful, you too. Don't get into any trouble, please. I've had enough of your little shenanigans. Mitsuki cried out, just as the boys began to make their way out of the house. Yeah. Bakugo muttered. Izuku bid the older woman a respectful goodbye as Bakugo led him down the stairs. For once Izuku felt content with life. Here he was, holding his best friend's hand off to the park to play, then he'd come home to fresh food and cuddles from two loving and caring adults. Even if he couldn't live like this every day, he knew every once in a while he could find a way to stay over. His father wasn't the only one who had a great amount of charm. Sadly, that feeling of happiness was cut short. It was around sunset when both boys made it back to the Bakugo residence from their great adventure to the local park. Making their way over to the door, Kaken kicked the door open. We're home, Ma. Instead of being greeted by a scolding, the young Bakugo was greeted by a somber look, one he had seldom to see on his typically fiery mother. Stepping inside, Izuku was also quite shocked to see how deflated the young woman was. Holding the young woman's hand, Masaru finally spoke up after the few moments of silence. Katsuki, dear, please go to your room for a little bit. Your mother and I have to speak with Izuku. The usually light, happy air around the family had completely vanished. Instead, it was replaced by a tense, thick gloom that simply cried out trouble. As much as Katsuki wanted to object, he knew there was no room for disagreement. And so the young Bakugo found his way into his room, making sure to flash Izuku a reassuring smile. "Please know you aren't in trouble, Izuku." Masaru spoke gently, pity evident in his eyes. With a curt nod, Izuku found himself sitting on the small sofa across from the two deflated Bakugos. Something was terribly wrong. Clearing his throat, Masaru began, "I don't believe you remember her at all. You were far too young when she decided to leave." Mitsuki's frown deepened, as she held onto Masaru's hand even tighter. "But the reason as to why your father left so abruptly was to pay his respects at her funeral." Masaru gulped, looking at the young Midoriya. Izuku merely stared back. An uncomfortable tightness began to grasp at his throat and chest. Hisashi never truly let her go. They still cared for each other even when they split, so when your father comes home, try and be extra good to him, alright? "We're sorry they didn't work it out fast enough, Izuku. You should have met her." Masaru spared a glance directed towards Mitsuki. "She was an amazing woman. You really do take after her. You have her sense of empathy and care." How was Izuku supposed to reply? As much as he wanted to scream and cry and throw a fit, the boy simply couldn't. He didn't know the woman as well as these two did. His mother she might have been, but any bond that he had to her was merely the bond forced by genetics. She had decided that she did not love him enough to stay, so what gave him the right to mourn over her loss? Yet still, the young boy felt this horrible ache in his chest that he simply couldn't get rid of. "I don't know why the hell we decided to tell you. You didn't even know she existed." Voice cracking, Mitsuki rose off of the sofa, reaching over for Izuku. Flinching away, Izuku's eyes began to water. He would definitely be receiving a beating from the Bakugos now. Was he the one lacking in morals? He felt so numb, but so pained at the same time. Obviously, the passing of this woman heavily affected the two adults in front of him. How could he comfort them? He didn't have the luxury of meeting her like these two did. Even if she loved him, Izuku had no right to love her. Instead of receiving a beating, Izuku received a warm, loving hug. "I wish you could have met her," Mitsuki whispered softly, squeezing him gently. "You look just like her. Would have loved to come and visit." The marks on his back surely ached from the older woman's embrace, but it did not hurt as much as his heart. He quickly enveloped the older woman into his own arms and let her cry her heart out. He gently nuzzled against her shoulder. They stayed like this for another 20 minutes until Masaru reminded Izuku he needed to go to sleep. As he made his way to the younger Bakugo's room, Izuku could only watch as his auntie collapsed into a heap of sobs, only to be caught and cradled by Uncle Masaru. Tears slipped down the young boy's cheeks. He really wished he could feel the pain they felt, the pain of loss. But in the end, the only pain he felt was longing, the longing for motherly affection. Waddling over to the older couple, the youngest Bakugo made an appearance due to his mother's sobs. He quickly latched onto his mother, trying to soothe her crying by displaying affection. Hisashi finally returned from his trip down to Hosu, where Midoriya Inko's funeral was held, after 4 days. To say the least, those 4 days were some of the greatest days of Izuku's life. Katsuki had taken him on fun adventures, Mitsuki would tuck him in, and Masaru would cook delicious food. Izuku had made sure to keep on long sweaters and pants to cover up the scars left behind by his father. It wouldn't be so much fun if one of the three had found out about the way his father executed disciplinary acts. Currently, the young Izuku was cleaning up after the mess his father left last night. The man had been drinking himself into oblivion, and Izuku was growing sick of it. "I'm having friends over tonight. Keep the house effing spotless." Hisashi slurred, sprawled out across the couch. Izuku could feel all of his blood drain, leaving him colorless and pale. Hisashi's friends were not only some of the most grotesque and bothersome people to touch the face of the earth, but they were also some of the most cruel. They knew about he abuse and even took a part in it. When Hisashi first began beating the young Izuku, it was a form of discipline. But it was simply for laughs, because for some unrealistic reason beating your own child was funny. "Did you hear me, brat?" Hisashi growled, beginning to rise off of the leather couch. "Yes, father," Izuku replied, swiftly making his way towards the vacuum that was neatly tucked away into the corner of the large kitchen. Being on a small 2-week break for holidays, Izuku had been cleaning the home constantly. What was there to clean? The only thing Izuku could think of was his father's added to empty beer bottles. He could simply pretend to clean the bathroom after he vacuumed the carpeted floors. Deciding that to be his best option, young Izuku thoroughly managed to rid the carpet of any impurities and made his way into the small bathroom. It was spotless as usual, for Izuku always cleaned the bathroom. It was so clean that you could see your own reflection in the tiled floor. That was probably why. Izuku's hands were so dried and shriveled up, but the young brunette didn't mind. He was always praised for how clean the bathroom was. After cleaning the bathroom, Izuku began to sweep the wooden floors. By the time he manages to sweep all of the wooden floors, the young boy could hear loud knocking at the door. Quickly, Izuku ran into the kitchen to prepare the men's beverages. Hisashi, how've you been, dude? We haven't seen you in such a long time. One slurred, swinging his arm over Hisashi's shoulder. Luckily, only two people were at the door, a black-haired man and blonde-haired man. The blonde wasn't very annoying, but the brunette was a total snob. Izuku huffed quietly. He didn't know how we would make through the knit unscathed. Yeah, I got busy. Hisashi responded curtly, leading the pair to the couch. Are you both already drunk? That's disappointing. Hisashi muttered, sitting in between the two. Nah, I'm fine. This nuthead on the other hand couldn't wait. The blonde laughed, elbowing the brunette. Hey, you can't blame me. He responded, giving the other a noogie. Izuku rubbed his neck sheepishly. The pair acted like two teenage boys instead of full-grown men. As the trio grew lost in their own chatter, Izuku quietly began setting beer bottles and snacks into the coffee table. Ah, look, it's the brat. I hope he hasn't been too much of a pain, Hisashi. The brunette slurred, staring at Izuku coldly. The blonde merely ignored Izuku's presence, which Izuku didn't mind at all. In fact, he encouraged it. He'd rather be ignored than beat. Hisashi didn't allow the brunette to beat the young boy, but he did allow him to land a few hits when he was extremely tipsy. Not really, at this point I'm waiting for him to slip up. Hisashi replied, staring Izuku dead in the eyes. Izuku shuddered. His father truly did have the eyes of a dragon. Quickly averting his gaze, Izuku made his way back into the kitchen. An hour passed until all three of the men were completely drunk. Another hour passed until the brunette decided he wanted a glass of water. Filling up a glass up to the brim, Izuku hesitantly made his way into the living room. He would be lying if he told you he wasn't shaking. Too caught up in not dropping water anywhere, Izuku didn't notice the blonde man's legs that were clearly sprawled completely out. Due to his ignorance, Izuku tripped over the man's legs and spilled the water all of the brunette's lap. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Izuku cried out, shaking in fear, reaching for the napkins that were distributed across the table. You got me all wet, you little sheet. Roughly grabbing Izuku by his shirt, the man stood up abruptly, completely lifting Izuku up and off the floor. The man held his arm up, ready to punch young Izuku, looking at Hisashi for permission. Go ahead. Just go beat him somewhere not in front of the TV. Hisashi muttered, unamused, staring at the news. Smiling a sickening grin, the man made his way to the kitchen, quickly throwing Izuku onto the floor. With each punch, Izuku could feel blood seeping out of his tiny nose and forehead. No matter how much he cried for his father, no one stopped the larger brunette. You wanna call for daddy, huh? What a little beach. Izuku fell on his side, trying his best to stay awake. Everything was so blurry and so loud. The room was filled with this irritating ringing. In the corner of his eye, Izuku watched as the man roughly gripped his green locks. He was saying something, but Izuku couldn't hear him. Why couldn't he hear him? Suddenly, Izuku felt a horrible pain on the side of his head before everything went dark. What the F, dude? You really overdid it. The blonde hollered, quickly shoving the brunette away from the young boy. He gently inspected all over young Izuku's head and scalp. Dude, look at all of this DM blood. Hisashi, get your butt over here. Give him to me, I'll take him to the hospital. Hisashi answered, ripping the younger boy from the blonde's arms. He's still a kid, dude. The blonde glared at the brunette. Would you shut the hell up? Both of you calm down. Go home, I'll just make something up at the hospital. I'll say it's bullied or something. Hisashi commanded, slipping on his coat and shoes. He quickly sprayed himself with his cologne, making sure to pop a mint into his mouth in order to draw out the scent of alcohol. You can't fing drive. You're drunk off your butt? The blonde growled, taking the boy out of his arms. Raising an eyebrow, Hisashi replied calmly. You gay for my son or something, you pedo? I'll be fine. As much as I hate him, he's my son. I can't just let him bleed out. After another 5 minutes of arguing, Hisashi finally was allowed to drive the young boy to the hospital. Managing to carry the young boy to the hospital, Hisashi quickly found a nurse. What happened, sir? The woman asked, quickly reeling the boy into a room. I don't know. I noticed he hadn't come home from the park, and so when I went to look for him. Hisashi's voice cracked. The woman's eyes were sympathetic. We'll do our best, sir. She replied, quickly cleaning Izuku's wounds. Thank you. This means the world to me. Hisashi replied, eyes filling with tears. Please sit outside of the room, we will call you in once we're done. She replied, already having brought in a doctor and a few other nurses. Nodding, Hisashi made his way outside. It took 2 hours until Hisashi could enter the room. How is he? Hisashi questioned, bolting into the room. He should be fine, but there is one single complication. Hisashi but at his lip. What is it? He questioned hesitantly, taking a seat next to his son's bed. Whoever decided to beat the boy targeted this side of his head specifically. The doctor relied, gently pointing to the left and right side of the boy's head just above his ears. Now, with the force in which they hurt the boy, it is a possibility. They may have severely bruised his temporal lobe, possibly enabling him deaf. Hisashi paled. Though, that is only if he does wake up. You see, when enough force and pressure is applied to the temporal lobe, it can cause a serious amount of bruising. Other than the slight tension on the back of the child's skull, the superior temporal gyrus, which is located in the temporal lobe, the part of the brain responsible for visual memory, language comprehension, and emotion association, has a large contusion. Since the superior temporal gyrus holds the primary auditory cortex, it's possible that the child will not be able to hear as well as he used to if he can hear at all. After a few scans, though, it is safe to say the child will wake up. The doctor finished, staring at Hisashi with woeful eyes. Your son was lucky that you managed to find him on time. I'm afraid if he was left out there for another hour or two, he would have fallen into a coma. Hisashi was truly at loss for words. Here he was at the hospital, finding out his son was possibly a disabled, and yet, the man still didn't feel a single bit of remorse or shame. How sickening was that? To have raised a boy by yourself for more than 8 years, and not feel a sliver of guilt after finding out it was your fault he was potentially deaf. Hisashi wanted to laugh at how ridiculous the situation at hand truly was. If the man was being completely honest, he would rather have left the boy alone with no medical attention. If the boy had just died, Hisashi wouldn't have to pay for the medical bills, he wouldn't have to waste his money on extra food, he wouldn't have to share a home with the younger pest. As much as the man hated the boy, he knew Izuku was the only thing he had to carry on his family's name. It had truly been the only thing keeping Hisashi from dumping the boy into the nearest trash can. I'm very sorry, sir, but the boy is truly lucky. It could have been much worse. The doctor spoke abruptly, putting a halt to Hisashi's long train of thought. Yeah, I understand. Hisashi finally spoke, staring at the young pale boy in front of him. The green curls fell gently around the boy's small, soft, freckled face. Big dark bruises beautifully graced the boy's skin, contrasting against the ivory. It was quite satisfying, really, the way the boy's skin turned into such a plum violet. Hisashi wondered how long this young porcelain-like boy could last before he too shattered. Izuku, can you hear me? The doctor spoke in a soft voice, receiving no reaction. It had been a full week and 5 days since Izuku had been admitted to the hospital, and his recovery had been going swimmingly. That was, of course, excluding the fact that the boy still had yet to respond to any of the doctors or nurses that came to see him. Midoriya Izuku, can you hear me? This time, the doctor had risen his voice to a loud, obnoxious holler, visibly startling the boy. Izuku's big green eyes widened slightly in alarm. The older man's eyes softened. It was obvious that young Izuku's hearing was forever impaired, and the doctor could only hope that his auditory perception wouldn't worsen with time, even if it was highly likely. Izuku had been extremely confused at the complete silence encasing the once lively and buzzing world he had spent his life in. Even though he could see the lips of the nurses move in familiar ways, not a single word fell from their mouths. So, when Izuku managed to hear what the doctor was saying, even if it had been faint, the young curly-haired boy was visibly alarmed. Nodding eagerly, the boy stared at the doctor waiting for the older man to speak once again. Instead, the doctor merely shook his head in disappointment as he rushed outside of the room. 10 minutes had passed before the doctor returned with Hisashi in tow. The tall, slender man merely stared at Izuku with disappointed features as he began speaking to the doctor. From the movements of the man's lips, Izuku could make out only a few words, but he kept trying, being sure to furrow his eyebrows in concentration. Why were they speaking so softly? "Mitsuki, this is Hisashi." The young woman could practically hear the older man trembling. Mitsuki furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. Hisashi has only ever called when he needed something and was a fairly quiet man. "Hey, I haven't spoke to you in a while. How've you been?" It was awkward to say the least. Mitsuki could feel the tension radiating from the other side of the phone. What was going on? "Mitsuki, I'd love to have some small talk with you, but..." The man gulped. "It's Izuku." The young woman's eyes visibly widened. Her once elated mood completely dropped, and she could feel something squeezing at her already fragile heart. "What happened? Is he okay? Do I have to F someone up?" Pure silence. The blonde-haired woman bit her lip in frustration. "Hisashi, I'm effing talking to you. What the hell happened?" Another loud gulp was heard from the other side on the phone. "He was beat by some big kids. Oh God, Mitsuki, I don't know what to do. He just woke up and he can't hear." A large lump formed in the young woman's throat as she felt her stomach begin sink. "I'm on my way. Oi Deku, can you hear me?" The young crimson eyes bore into a pair of big round emerald green eyes. It had been a week or so since the incident, and the Bakugas became recurring visitors. Although the youngest of the three still couldn't seem to understand that young Izuku could no longer hear as well as he used to. "Deku." Startled, Izuku nodded his head in slight acknowledgement. "Yes? What is it, Kaken?" In alarm, Izuku spoke once more, raising his voice. "Can you hear me?" "Of course I can hear you. You're being really loud, hush." Izuku's eyes narrowed in frustration as he tried reading the other boy's lips. "Too fast," was the greenette's simple answer. And so, the blonde once again repeated himself, being mindful of Izuku's lip reading. Was how most of their conversations went. Yes, it was difficult, but Izuku nor Katsuki seemed to mind. "Hey, how are you doing, kiddo?" Mitsuki entered the room after having a talk with Hisashi and Deku. "I hope your head isn't hurting as much as it did earlier." Speaking slowly, the young woman smiled softly at the younger boy. She truly did care for him as if he was her own son. That being said, she knew there was something going that she was not aware of. How could a bunch of children beat another child to the point of permanent damage? It did not help that Hisashi's story was never consistent. It had the main point of a bunch of kids beat him, but the smaller details were changing. The young woman was not accusing Hisashi of lying, but she was sure he was fabricating the story. It simply did not make any sense. "It doesn't," Izuku replied loudly, speech slurring ever so slight as he smiled softly. Due to the medication, the freckled boy had yet to feel any excruciating pain. That small smile that he gave the older woman truly broke her heart. Mitsuki turned to look at Hisashi as the boy continued their small conversation. There stood a man, curly hair frantic, and slender arms crossed over his chest, eyes furrowed in what looked like concern. But underneath that mask of concern, there was just a small spill of hate. Something was most definitely wrong, and sooner or later the woman was going to find out. It had taken 2 full weeks until Izuku was discharged from the hospital with finalized reports. He was going deaf in his right ear and had gone completely deaf in the left, and was showing zero signs of improvement. Along with the suggestion of hearing aids, the doctor advised Hisashi to take Japanese sign language classes with the younger boy so they could continue communicating properly in case he were to go completely deaf. Izuku himself knew he wouldn't be receiving any JSL sessions anytime soon, and with that thought he was also certain that Hisashi wouldn't make an effort to try and learn. The Greenette would have to sneak around to learn proper JSL, possibly reverting to the Bakugas for guidance. He was lucky they were so caring and accepting, or else young Izuku would have no one to help him through such an all-time low. Izuku did not know how much more his heart could take, for the boy was only human. Now that he was deaf, his goal of saving others was becoming even more limited. How could he help when he himself was a burden to others? No, there wasn't a point in thinking like that, it would do him absolutely no good. Straightening his tiny back, Izuku took a few deep breaths. He had been home alone per usual and just happened to feel a bit upset. Even if all odds were against the young Izuku, he had to hold on to the hope that the Bakugas still care for him. Getting up, Izuku found himself quietly making his way over to his father's small office-like room. In secrecy, while the grump that he knew to be his father was at work, the Greenette secretly pulled up small tutorials on how to learn the basics of JSL. To say Izuku was struggling was a simple understatement. The way the young lady on the screen flawlessly switched from sign to sign only added to the young boy's frustrations. No matter how hard he tried to memorize the signs, he always managed to stumble over specific words and phrases. An hour or two of exasperated sighs and annoyed groans had passed before the young boy decided to click off the instructional videos. So far, the young boy managed to memorize the alphabet, but nothing more. It had made sense. After all, he had only spent a week or so studying the basics, but young Izuku was impatient. He knew he'd eventually have to be fluent, but that idea simply seemed too far from the young boy's grasp. After revising the alphabet one last time with no instruction, Izuku decided to stay on the old rundown computer for another hour or so. Ever since Hisashi had figured out the young boy's hearing was getting progressively worse, he went easier on punishments. When the older man was home, he avoided young Izuku as if he was the embodiment of the plague. The Greenette couldn't tell which was worse, being beat or being treated as if you were invisible. Maybe it was simply the aftershock of learning your one and only son was considered disabled, or maybe the man felt pity. Izuku could not tell you. Eyes glazing over as the younger boy's eyes bore into the screen, he decided to simply browse his recommended feed on an application that allowed you to watch videos and streams. He smiled to himself softly. On the screen was a big muscular man with tan skin, bright blue eyes, and some of the blondest hair Izuku had ever seen. In all his glory, there stood a hero fearlessly retrieved civilians from the burning buildings. Even after almost being engulfed by the large fiery flames, the dub symbol of peace's brave smile did not waver. He just saved 1,000 people in less than 10 minutes. Izuku's smile widened as he gripped his shirt tightly. Who is he? Another cried, only making Izuku draw himself closer to the illuminated screen. Although he could barely hear what had been going on, Izuku had already memorized the dialogue prior to losing his auditory perception. Biting his lip in anticipation, Izuku still felt so intrigued by the video even after seeing this clip various times. This is crazy. Gripping the arms of the chair, Izuku began to prepare himself for the next scene. The pillar of justice set the civilians down before letting out a hearty laugh. Izuku's smile morphed into a Cheshire grin, before he too began to let out a heartwarming laugh. Fear not, citizens, help has arrived. The man's fearless grin grew even larger. Izuku could feel a sense of giddiness begin to rise. The blonde looked onward, that same valiant smile still on his face. Because I am here. Hisashi didn't come home that night, nor did he come home the next night, nor the next. But the man would make it home late into the night and go straight back to work early in the morning. As upsetting as it is, Izuku had missed his father. The Greenette knew Hisashi was avoiding him, and that itself was upsetting. Being ignored hurt so much more than being hit physically. Sure, it caused Izuku a sufficient amount of pain, but all the young boy wanted was to hear someone's voice. He hated feeling so lonely. No matter how much his father hit him, threw him, or yelled at him, the young boy truly did love the older man. Izuku has come to believe he deserved it. As much as he truly wanted to be a hero, the young boy had no quirk nor did he have working ears. How cruel life could be. Ever since his father's absence, young Izuku made it a routine to come home after school, clean up a bit, study JSL, then do his actual homework. Izuku has been lucky enough to be eligible for the special classes at the school. With the permission of his doctor and parent, Izuku had now been taking Japanese sign language classes. This was so much better than having to watch those videos with the weird foreign lady. He was actually learning much more than the alphabet. In fact, young Izuku even managed to teach a certain little ash blonde how to sign a few words. All of the Bakugos were learning sign. It was heartwarming really, how much they cared. It was finally as if Izuku had a normal family, one with a silly older brother, nurturing mother, loving father. Izuku could feel his eyes begin to glaze over. How did someone as useless and dirty as him ever deserve such love? From here on out, I'm your bodyguard, Deku? The young blonde signed. It was Izuku's 11th birthday, and the two young boys had been walking home together after school. Laughing softly, Izuku began to sign hesitantly. I don't need a bodyguard, Kaken. I'll be fine. Izuku smiled a soft smile as he studied at the older boy's features. Of course you do. Katsuki rolled his crimson eyes. Fine, I'll be your hero from now on. The young blonde's smirk-like grin only grew. Sighing softly, Izuku shook his head. You're already my hero, silly. The young 11-year-old's eyes turned into large crimson saucers as he asked the other to repeat himself. What had he done to be the curly-haired boy's hero? Let's go inside, I want to greet auntie and uncle before I head back home. Izuku signed back, smiling his soft smiles. He knew that his father probably wouldn't want him hanging around the Bakugos while there was work to do at home. Ah, why don't you stay for a bit, Deku? Ma misses you. Katsuki signed back, breaking away from his shock. If Izuku didn't agree to stay, all of the Bakugos' hard work would have gone to waste. Biting his lip, Izuku simply nodded his head slightly. I'll stay. Only for a bit though, Dad wants me home soon. Katsuki felt stupid for not realizing his father would probably want him home for his own celebration too. That's fine. Now let's go inside. Nerd. Hand in hand, the two boys made it over to the entrance. Standing behind the greenette, due to the great difference in height, young Katsuki was able to knock on the door. I'm pretty sure it's open, Deku. Just open it. Nodding, Izuku gently took off his shoes as he opened the door. Once he looked up, confetti was thrown in the air and he was engulfed in a big hug. Faintly he could hear a subtle, "Happy birthday, Izuku." Smiling brightly, Izuku hugged the three Bakugos tightly. He was overridden with joy and sorrow all at once. Gently letting go, Izuku signed a small, "Thank you," before bursting into tears. Laughing softly as she pulled the young boy's curls back, Mitsuki gently placed a small motherly kiss on Izuku's forehead. Quit crying, you Deku, it makes you look more stupid than normal. Smack goes the motherly hand, and down goes a young Katsuki. Oh! You old hag! Rolling her eyes, Mitsuki makes her way into the kitchen, quickly signing, getting ready. Masaru also made his way into the kitchen, leaning against a counter behind his wife. She didn't seem to acknowledge his presence. As the two adults were working on the kitchen, the young children found themselves occupied as they played with young Katsuki action figures. Did you watch how cool All Might looked saving those people from the building yesterday? He's so cool. I'll definitely surpass him one day and become the world's #1 hero. Katsuki signed, smirking at the younger boy. Izuku merely smiled in acknowledgement, not daring to share his own dreams with the other. Katsuki! Izuku! Come here, it's time for cake. Mitsuki called out from the kitchen, gently setting the cake onto the marble counter. You too, Masaru. Masaru smiled as he hugged his wife's slim waist. I'm already here, dear. Flushing red, the blonde merely pecked his cheek as she continued setting up the counter. Chocolate milk, or just plain milk? Masaru questioned, as he held 2 different jugs in his hands. What kind of question is that? Chocolate, of course. Mitsuki grumbled as she took out a small kitchen knife. Don't go asking stupid questions like that. Masaru merely chuckled as he set 4 glass cups on the counter along with the jug full of chocolate milk. After a minute or so, all of the Bakugo and the young Midoriya were gathered around the countertop. Gently lifting up the young curly-haired boys he could blow out his candles, Masaru smiled warmly. Make a wish, kiddo. Mitsuki signed slowly. She had yet to have grown fully accustomed to signing, but nonetheless she was trying her best. After 30 seconds of silence and still figures, Izuku blew out his candles with content. Gently ruffling up his hair, Masaru gently picked up a bit of frosting and smeared it all over the freckled boy's face. The whole room was encased in a heartwarming fit of chuckles and giggles. Looking around, Izuku truly had what he wished for. Surrounding him were 3 of the greatest individuals he has ever met. Even if 2 of the 3 were a bit eccentric to say the least, he still loved them to bits and pieces. How could Izuku end up being so blessed? Gently tapping the freckled boy's shoulder in attempt to grasp his attention, Mitsuki began signing slowly. Sorry your dad couldn't make it, kiddo. You know how busy he is with work. Mitsuki and Masaru smiled apologetically. Once he's off of work, I'm sure he'll have a surprise for you. Masaru signed, smiling thoughtfully. Izuku simply stared at the 2 adults in front of him. I know. Don't worry, I understand he can't take time off. A smile forced itself on the young boy's face. Who would have known that the young innocent Izuku could give such a false smile? It was so convincing that it almost slipped past the youngest Bakugo's watchful eye. Almost. Who the f said you could go to their place without asking, huh? Hisashi had stumbled his way back home after a visit to the local bar, only to find the house empty. Here I am, confused as hell, wondering where the hell my reject of a child is. Izuku tried to follow along with what his father was saying, but he was slurring his words too much. The young boy's confusion must have shown through, because the next thing Izuku knew he was on the floor. You ask me before you go anywhere, you little sheet. A sharp sting graced the young boy's sunken-in cheeks, but Izuku had yet to flinch. Continuing to keep his gaze at the floor, Izuku continued to let his father give him a lecture that would never reach his ears. Down came another powerful slap, along with another and another and another. Looking up, Izuku began to try reading the older man's lips. The reason I live in this crappy but apartment. Another strike came down on Izuku's hollowed-out features. You think you're so cool with your hand motions? I hope I'm speaking loud enough for you to get through your thick skull. Knowing Izuku wasn't listening, or couldn't have been listening, Hisashi grabbed the child's hair in frustration as he slammed the sunken-in face against the coffee table. You aren't allowed to eat a dead thing, you freak. Hisashi muttered, releasing the boy as he had seen a thin streak of blood dribbling down the young boy's face. Grabbing a piece of paper, Hisashi wrote down a small note that ordered the boy to head back to his room. Also adding that the young boy wasn't allowed to eat. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, the man watched boredly as the boy quietly made his way over to his room. It took an hour or so before Hisashi had fallen asleep on the couch. Making his way over to his bed, Izuku sees a new composition notebook on his nightstand. Gently grabbing hold of it, Izuku flipped to the first page. Happy birthday, Izuku. Izuku smiled brightly as he gently hid the journal away in his beat-up backpack. Maybe his father really did care for him. Ah, look at the deaf Deku. He's crying for his mommy. The young boys began to laugh at the young, curly-haired 12-year-old. The group consisted of a young blue-eyed brunette, a taller blonde, and a thicker brunette. This was the 3rd time this week young Izuku had been shoved into the lockers or tripped by these boys, and it was still only Monday. Oh wait, you don't have a mommy, do you, Deku? Smirked one of the bolder boys. That's why you ended up being such a screw-up. Izuku shut his burning eyes. As long as he couldn't read the other's lips, he wouldn't be able to understand them. You're not so big and bold now that your little boyfriend is gone, Roughly grabbing Izuku by his collar, the other's blue eyes bore into the big emerald eyes. Smirking, the boy pressed his lips against the young brunette's right ear. Izuku gulped, adrenaline spiking. He could feel the hot breaths against his neck, and it simply felt dirty. You're nothing but a quirkless FG, who won't ever get to become hero. It was faint, but Izuku could hear the brunette. He could feel his stomach begin sink. What was the curly-haired boy supposed to do? If he were to lay a finger on the blue-eyed boy, it would only cause more problems, and if he were to continue to stay silent, a lecture from Katsuki would be guaranteed. Young Izuku did not want to burden anybody. What had he done to deserve this treatment? Izuku was not even gay, at least he didn't think he was, and yet they continuously attacked him with homophobic slurs. Staring at the floor, Izuku could feel tears begin to well in his eyes. He must have killed a whole nation in his past life to have such horrible luck. You know, there is one heroic act you could do, the thicker brunette spoke up, making sure to speak slowly so Izuku could follow along. Izuku read his lips intently, not allowing any tears to fall from his big green eyes. You could do us all a favor and just slit your wrists. Nobody would care. Izuku's breath hitched as his eyes doubled in size. No, he obviously misread the other's words. They wouldn't go as far as to say something so cruel. No one would. The other two boys burst into a long and loud fit of laughter. Izuku must have missed out on the joke, because he did not understand what was so funny. Deciding to be bold, Izuku shot them all a pitiful glare. What the hell was that? You look ret dead. Slurred the brunette, pulling his arm back ready to punch the shaking boy he had pressed against the wall. Trying to scare us, huh? I think you need to learn your place. And so, the brunette swung with all his might. Izuku did not mind the pain, he had grown numb to it. It no longer hurt to be swung at or burned, but this time he didn't even feel the boy's fist touching his cheek. Opening his eyes, Izuku smiled in relief. Are you doing to Deku, you idiots? Wanna get your buttes beat? I'll gladly beat you little sheets up, you hear me? There stood Katsuki Bakugo, the school's fiercest fighter and Izuku's knight in shining armor holding the brunette's arm with a fierce grip. Even though the bullies were upperclassmen, Katsuki had no problem beating them. He did develop a strong liking to fights, especially if the assholes that were getting beat decided to mess with Izuku. I'll give you 10 seconds to sprint away from here. Next time I see you messing with him, I'll snap your necks, got it? The blonde growled out, glaring at the three ferociously. Before Izuku could even begin counting, the three boys were already sprinting down the hallway. Huffing in relief, Izuku stood up. Thanks. You really didn't have to help me out. The brunette signed. Of course I did, idiot. Mom would kill me if I didn't. The blonde replied back, as he began to eye at Izuku's newest visible bruise. Where the hell is that from? Izuku gulped slightly, thinking of a lie. Even after all of these years, Katsuki has yet to figure out his little secret, and Izuku planned to keep it that way. I fell and hit my wrist against the wall really hard. Izuku feigned a sheepish smile. Sorry. Sighing loudly, Katsuki rolled his crimson eyes as he smacked the back of young Izuku's head. You're such a DMN klutz. Watch where you're going next time, got it? It's troublesome enough that I have to follow you around all the DMN time to make sure you don't get into trouble. Laughing softly, Izuku signed back teasingly. Kaken, no one's asking you to follow me around. In fact, it's more like I'm the one making sure you don't get in trouble, especially with the amount of fights you get into. You know damn well I don't pick fights. Everyone just sees me off. Katsuki huffed, shoving Izuku gently. They had grown accustomed to each other's touch, and yet the smaller boy still managed to flinch. It's bad for your record, Kaken. Especially if you want to go to UA. Izuku signed, humming softly at the end. And you promised me we'd go together. Damn right we are, and don't think otherwise, nerd. You'll have to deal with me forever, Deku, even when we become pro-heroes. Katsuki replied, smirking. Izuku simply laughed as he admired the other's confidence and strength. Classes are over, and I'm sure you want to leave this shithole just as much as I do. Katsuki began, as he slid on his school bag. Let's walk home together. Biting his lip, Izuku pondered on the question for a moment. Today was Monday, so Hisashi should have just gone to work. Okay. Izuku smiled brightly, as he too slid on his old beaten-up backpack. Even when you're signing, I can still hear that stupid voice of yours. Katsuki huffed, trudging down the sidewalk. Izuku smiled a lopsided grin. A fake grin. I'm sorry about that. Staring at him, the other boy shrugged. You're too skinny. Katsuki signed, inspecting the boy head to toe. Way too skinny. You not eating or something? Izuku laughed. This was the easiest question to answer. How sickening was it that Izuku had grown to enjoy lying? He made it into a game to make himself feel just a bit better about it. You know I can't. Gain weight, Kaken. Quit making fun of me for it. Izuku signed, having a big fake grin plastered across his hollowed-out features. Quit smiling that ugly smile, you anorexic. Katsuki signed back, unamused. It's annoying when you lie to me. Gently slipping on his fluffy socks, Izuku quietly made his way down the narrow hallways. Everything was dark and ominous, and Izuku was pretty sure that if he hadn't memorized all the nooks and crannies of his home, he wouldn't be able to be as quiet as he was now. Sure, Izuku was at a huge disadvantage when it came to making noise, but he just knew when he made a lot of noise versus when he didn't. Trudging down the hallways soundlessly, Izuku made it to the fridge. He had recently been banned from eating anything other than lunch due to not receiving a solid 100 points on his English exam, but at this point Izuku would surely faint during physical education. Hiding behind a wall, Izuku made sure that his father was no longer on the couch. Izuku quickly made his way over to the fridge, his smile growing wider. As he opened up the fridge gently, he spotted a couple of leftovers from a few nights ago. His father must have forgot about it. Grabbing a hold of the decently sized plastic container, Izuku shut the fridge with an extremely soft thud as he made his way over to the counter. All Izuku had to go now was grab a pair of chopsticks. He could feel sweat trickling down the back of his neck. Gulping loudly, Izuku got on his tippy toes as he reached to grab a wooden pair that he had hidden in the back of their cabinets. Izuku wasn't allowed to have chopsticks, due to him being a filthy animal. Izuku successfully managed to grab the chopsticks without making a single sound. Getting off of his tippy toes, Izuku grabbed his container full of leftovers and made his way over to the couch. Smiling a victorious smile, Izuku gazed at the TV as he ate the contents from the container. It was simple white rice, yet it tasted like the most heavenly food Izuku had ever tasted. Izuku turned his attention back to the screen. Hisashi probably didn't turn the TV off due to his own lazy nature, but boy was the greenette grateful. Now, he could watch the news without having to disturb the silence that loomed over the house. Taking his last bite, Izuku downed a glass of water and hid his chopsticks away once more. Soon after, he quickly washed his dishes and set them out to dry along with the other dishes from dinner. Patting his stomach gleefully, the frail boy made his way over to the old couch. He wrapped his father's blanket around himself and continued to watch what had been going on locally. From what he understood, Eraserhead had saved a group of hostages from some sort of gang leader, but another pro-hero had received all the credit. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he gazed upon the bored-looking man staring right back at him. That man really despised the media as a whole, and it was evident in every interview. Holding his knees close to his chest, Izuku grew even more engrossed in the news. He would have to make sure to write all of these notes down in his journal. A new hero has debuted recently, after all. Yawning, Izuku has felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Izuku quickly straightened his spine as he felt his blood run cold. Sweating profusely, Izuku didn't dare look away from the screen as he felt puffs of hot air against the back of his neck. Izuku continued to stare at the TV in front of him as his eyes began to glaze over. The image of All Might flashed across the small surface and smiled at him with that fearless yet mocking smile on his face. You're seriously such a screw-up, Izuku. Who said you get food? Answer me, you little freak. Who the heck gave you permission? You're such a fat pig. How about I never feed you again, H? You don't deserve food. Another whack to his dislocated shoulder. You think you're so cool. After Hisashi had bruised Izuku's limbs beyond recognition, he grabbed the young boy by his slim neck. I'll show you cool, little bee. Landing a nice uppercut on the frail boy's almost non-existent stomach, Hisashi felt a smirk make its way onto its face. How about I beat you to the point all of that food residing in your stomach rises back up? Wouldn't that be fun, Izuku? Smashing the boy's stomach against his knee, Hisashi let the boy fall onto the wooden floor. Go on, Izuku, throw up like the cow you are. Another hit to the fragile boy's back. Being unable to hold the contents in his stomach, Izuku began to retch. He could feel himself sob in desperation, he just wanted it all to stop. He could feel hot tears make their way down his hollowed cheeks. He was burning up, definitely getting feverish. Even so, the black-haired man above did not halt. Grabbing the boy by his curls, Hisashi shoved the greenette's face into his own bile. I hope it tastes good, you piece of shit. You wanted oh so desperately to eat, did you not? A hard stomp was placed on the middle of the young boy's bruised back. Come on, Izuku, answer me. Stopping for a second, Hisashi could feel himself begin to giggle. Oh wait, that you can't. You're deaf. You're a deaf, quirkless, useless waste of space. What did I do in my past life to deserve a son like you? The stomping grew relentless as the young boy could feel himself on the brink of unconsciousness. Lord, what did I do deserve to have a life like this? To say his body was sore was an understatement. Izuku felt as if he had been run over by a truck, and it was not fun at all. He had forgotten to buy tomatoes on his way home from school, and Hisashi was beyond sad. If Izuku was being frank, Hisashi's treatment was getting worse and worse as young Izuku aged. Hitting the ripe age of 13 was Izuku's least favorite accomplishment, because that was when he officially realized just how horrible life was. Reality had landed a nice smack across Izuku's face right when he had entered junior high. The greenette had come to realize that no matter how much he tried to become a hero, he was still but a quirkless deaf freak. That was how it would always be. As of right now, Izuku was in his last year of junior high, though he had not yet turned 15. The school year started in April, so it wasn't like he was much younger than most of the students. He was indeed much smaller than most, though, and that had only made him a bigger target. Even though Izuku had found himself at an all-time low, young Katsuki still managed to make time for him. That is what you wanted to hear, right? Although the youngest Bakugo did not bully Midoriya, he gradually grew less and less interested in helping him. He would keep a stern glare on his face if anyone had tried approach Izuku with malicious intent, yet still people were no longer afraid of the blonde. They, the bullies, could care less about what the once fiery-spirited blonde thought. It had seemed to finally click in Katsuki's head that Izuku was not anything close to normal. Yet, Izuku still did not resent the other boy, in fact that made him yearn for the other's attention. They would walk together, side by side, to school and back home graced by a warm silence. The greenette would be lying if he said that it did not hurt to have lost such a tight bond, but there was not much he could do to help the bond regrow. With Hisashi getting even more strict, Izuku was no longer allowed to be home any later than 5 in the evening. Since classes ended at 4:15, Izuku had little to no time to chat with the Bakugos. In fact, the last time Izuku had visited the Bakugo's home was in December. It was currently the 16th of April. Hey, isn't it that one deaf kid who always follows Bakugo around? A student whispered, eyeing the petite curly-haired boy in front of him. I heard he's quirkless too. Another replied, staring at the greenette blankly. Let's go before we catch his disease. Don't be stupid, you can't just all of a sudden become quirkless. Although Izuku could not hear the whispers, he knew generally what the group had been saying. He was pretty popular at school, though it was for all the wrong reasons. He could not tell you the amount of times someone had brought up Katsuki when they teased him, it was far too much. Glancing around, Izuku smiled kindly at anyone who decided to stare and continued to make his way class. If he was lucky, he would be able to go home without receiving any more bruises. Reaching his side, the older blonde snarled at anyone who tried to go out of their way to stare or talk about the small greenette by his side. You need to stick up for yourself, Deku. I can't keep getting in these stupid butt fights. Bakugo signed. Izuku knew he was completely right. After all, if UA had seen any more than 5 suspensions on a student's record, they would consider the student less of a priority compared to the other applicants. I know, I'm really sorry, Kaken. Staring at the greenette with a soft gaze, the blonde merely shook his head as a sign to Kurt, don't be. Things had grown tense between the two, and Izuku had absolutely no idea why. Katsuki was not necessarily rude, but the usually playful bite and temperament had diminished drastically over these past few months. Last school year, Katsuki wouldn't have said anything about the bullies and would engage in a conversation about the latest hero with the greenette. Sadly, something had changed about his once youthful spirit. In fact, the older boy always seemed to be tired. His eyes always sleepy, his clothing wrinkled, and shoe laces consistently untied. It had been odd to say the least. Izuku knew they severely needed to speak with one another, but he never mustered up enough courage to engage in a genuine conversation. Maybe Katsuki had finally realized that Izuku was indeed the definition of a waste of space. One of the greatest things about being deaf, in Izuku's opinion, was not hearing anything anyone says about you. Although he knew his peers were saying something negative, he never truly knew what exactly they were gossiping about. Fortunately, curiosity had never gotten the best of the greenette. Izuku could walk into a pit full of bratty and cruel teens, yet still be able to keep a smile on his face. Some may find this ignorance a nuisance, but Izuku had to wholeheartedly disagree. It made his life so much easier, honestly. He didn't need to get angry at anyone, or yell at anyone if they badmouthed him. Being soft at heart, the freckled boy did not enjoy feeling sentiments of anger towards his peers. It simply reminded him too much of a certain someone. Walking quietly to his next class, Izuku began to grow lost in thought. He only just began his last year at junior high, but he was already tired of the people around him. Seeing Bakugo at the end of the hall, Izuku merely shook his head. Even now, he still had a slight bite to his bark, although it was growing weaker. That scared the young greenette. As he continued walking, Izuku could feel cold gazes piercing through his back. Although he had done nothing to upset or harm anyone attending the school, people still managed to hate him. He had grown convinced he deserved to be hated. Why else would people he didn't even know, along with people he cared deeply for, despise him so much? The thin boy could feel pens, papers, erasers being thrown at his head as he tried to make his way through the treacherous hallways. He seldom made it out of school without receiving bruises and scratches. Luckily, it had made lying to the young Bakugo easier. What he didn't know couldn't hurt him, right? Wait, Midoriya, don't you want to enroll at UA as well? Speaking as he signed, the teacher merely looked at the young freckled boy. What a joke! The room erupted with malicious laughter and shaking tables. Bakugo merely shook his head as he stared at the flustered greenette. He couldn't comprehend how someone who had all the odds against him could still have hope. After all of these years, Katsuki realized that someone like Deku could never become a hero. It would be like suicide. The greenette could barely defend himself from bullies. How was he going to defend himself from villains? He knew that no matter how much he tried to hint at the boy that heroism wasn't just in the pro-hero industry, the other wouldn't listen. No, it wasn't that he wouldn't listen, it's that he wouldn't make the effort to listen. The blonde did not want his curly-haired friend getting hurt. He truly did not want that type of fate for the big-eyed, gentle-hearted boy he called his friend. Katsuki wanted Izuku to live a long, happy life. That being said, he didn't want the young freckled boy to have an unattainable dream, for it would only leave him heartbroken. Glancing back down at his paper, the blonde could only sigh. The greenette had a beautiful sparkle in his eyes. Even when he was being talked down to, it shone brightly, almost looking prideful. Rubbing his temple in frustration, Bakugo kept staring at his blank sheet of paper as everyone continued to giggle at the helpless boy. Why wouldn't Izuku just give up already? Give it up, Izuku. Katsuki signed. He had stayed behind after classes, saying he needed to speak with Izuku about something. It was now obvious about what. You can't be a hero even if you tried. You're deaf, quirkless, and you're fragile. For the love of God, just give it up. It's tiresome watching you chase a dream that won't come true. Pausing, Bakugo straightened his spine. Crimson eyes clashed with large emerald ones. Behind the anger resided a sense of sympathy and remorse. It hurts me watching you break yourself like this. If you just give up, everyone would leave you be. If you don't give this up, I'm not going to stand up for you anymore. I'm sick of this. The only way you're going to have a chance with becoming a hero is if you were to die and be reborn with a quirk. So just FNG stop. Izuku could feel his heart shatter as he held tightly onto his book bag. What was Katsuki saying? He had to be joking, right? If you don't stop with this little fantasy of yours, don't expect me to hang out with you anymore. I don't hang out with losers who believe in a false reality. And so, the blonde-headed boy made his way back home, unknowing of the bullies just waiting to pummel the small curly-haired teen standing near the windows of their homeroom in shock. To say Katsuki felt bad was an understatement. He didn't mean to be as harsh with his choice of words as he was, but at this point he was exasperated. He had spent his whole life trying to encourage this young delusional boy that he'd be able to save people, not be a pro-hero. Bakugo truly does care for the greenette. Some say that he cares too much for him. It wasn't like he said what he said with malicious intent. He just really didn't want Izuku to spend so much time fighting for something only to realize it was unattainable. Katsuki genuinely hoped that his desperate pleads found their way through Izuku's thick skull. He totally went overboard with what he said. The blonde was known to be aggressive, but he didn't think he'd actually lash out. He hated that he lashed out, but he doesn't take back anything he said. He wasn't going to have another loved one bedridden in the hospital. Making his way to the train station to head to Hosu General Hospital, the boy grew lost in thought. His mother was sure to be at home as of right now. She needed to cook dinner after all. Katsuki decided it'd be best to buy flowers before he made his way to the hospital. The one by his father's bedside definitely had withered away by now. This was the 4th time he'd been told to kill himself that month. Fun, right? The bullies didn't mean it. Izuku knew that. He knew they were just trying to act cool in front of their friends, but he still had to wonder, wouldn't it be easier to just end it all? His dream of being a hero was almost impossible. He knew this. Katsuki told him every day. He understood, he truly did. He didn't need someone telling him he was deaf, quirkless, and useless every single day of the Dmed week. He understood. God, he really did understand. The greenette's dreams were unrealistic, but he couldn't help but hope. Hope for a future where he could be happy and satisfied with himself. A future where people adored him and looked up to him. A future in which people actually loved him. This future was one where, against all odds, Izuku managed to become the #1 hero after All Might. He could smile fearlessly in any situation and proudly reassure everyone that it would be okay. This future was the future where he could make the Bakugas and his father proud. Sighing softly, Izuku pulled his beat-up notebook from the fish pond. This wasn't the first time someone made his dreams into fish food. The bullies had a thing for throwing his hero analysis notebooks into the small pond that was placed perfectly outside of his homeroom's window. The greenette spent a lot of time and effort on these journals, as he had already filled out 13. He began writing in these journals at the age of 9 when his father was in a better mood. He had adopted the idea that if he were to show off writing in katakana, his father would be proud. He was beat with a wooden stick that night. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Izuku held the notebook close to his chest as he solemnly began to walk himself home alone. It was one of those rare days when Kaken wasn't waiting for him by the school's entrance. What would All Might do in this situation? Izuku let a big smile grace his face as he let out a hearty laugh. That's what All Might would do. No matter what challenges he faced, he always charged head-on with a smile graced upon his face. Making his way under a bridge, Izuku once again grew lost in his thoughts. If he really wanted to be like All Might, he needed to train more. The greenette excelled in sprinting and running. In fact, he was said to be so fast that some were led to believe that speed was his quirk. Of course, that was only because he had spent his whole life running. Gaining some muscle on his bony body was definitely necessary in order to become a hero. He didn't know if he could get as muscular as All Might, but if he was being honest, any sort of muscle he could put on would help. A heavy burst of air snapped the boy out of his trance as he quickly turned around. A big slime-like figure was ready to engulf the frail boy with their mouth wide open and their eyes in a wide craze. They seemed to be saying something. What they were saying Izuku couldn't understand. Staring blankly at the figure, Izuku already felt his body moving. He needed to escape. There was no way he was going to let himself get caught in this person's clutches. He could feel a liquid-like substance encasing his body. The substance began making its way into his mouth and slipping down his throat. What the hell was going on? Whatever was encasing his body and making its way down his throat needed to get out now. His primary instinct was to kick and scratch at the person, but his attempts were put in vain. What was he supposed to do against someone who didn't even have a proper solid body? It didn't hurt, no, nothing hurt anymore to the young Izuku, but it was definitely uncomfortable. How was he supposed to make it home in one piece? He wouldn't survive more than 5 minutes of this. He could feel his airways beginning to clog. The wind being stolen from his body, the boy's kicks and scratches grew weaker. He wasn't going to die like this. There was no way in hell he'd die like this. How was he supposed to be a hero if he was having such difficulty with an unknown villain like this? Izuku still had a life to live, and he knew damn well he wasn't going to let it end here. He could feel tears begin to prick at his eyes, as his hands slowly fell back to his sides. Was this really how he was going to die? No, he couldn't die like this. There was no way he would ever let himself die like this. The greenette only had a minute or so before he'd die from suffocation. He needed a plan, and he needed one fast. He continued to claw at the slimy body. As he slowly felt his life slipping away from his grasp, Izuku shut his eyes in desperation. Please God, don't let me die just yet. Letting his arms fall back to his sides, Izuku's will to fight was slowly diminishing. I love you, Dad, please find peace when I'm gone. Just as Izuku shut his large green eyes, a large and powerful gust of wind hit his body. What was that? A hero? What type of hero had such a quirk? Snapping out of his nearly catatonic state, Izuku could feel himself flying. As he slipped away into the arms of unconsciousness, the curly-haired boy could hear a faint yet still there, "Do not worry, for I am here. All might?" Sighing softly, Mitsuki began chopping carrots and thin slices of spring onions. Today she had decided to make miyabi one of her favorite dishes. Adding a bit more cayenne pepper to her son's soup, the young woman gently began to set the low dining table. Without Masaru, the house was far too quiet. It even seemed as if the birds had gone off to find the man. The woman had yet to visit the light-haired man that day, deciding she would visit later on with her son. Maybe she could even buy a few more flowers to put by his bedside. Feeling worn out, Mitsuki allowed herself to crumple down into a small ball in the corner of the kitchen. Masaru was always so kind and full of energy. He didn't deserve to become so ill. The doctors had yet to figure out what had caused the man to grow so sickly, but whatever it was had gradually caused the man to lose his once youthful spirit. She had found him a few months back on the kitchen floor coughing up blood. Contrary to common belief, young Katsuki and Mitsuki were not constantly fighting any more than usual now that Masaru was gone. They did not have the will to argue with each other, for having the older man in the hospital drained their spirits. Even during their hospital visits, Katsuki and Mitsuki couldn't help but miss the older man's spirit and spark. Due to his illness, Masaru typically would be asleep every time the mother-son duo came to visit. Not wanting to disturb him, they'd hold each other as they watched over the sick man. Masaru would get better, even if it costed the family a fortune. Tasting the soup, Mitsuki scrunched up her nose in disdain. It didn't taste horrible, but she and her little one knew that Masaru's soups tasted so much better. The boy could feel gentle slaps on his hollowed-out cheeks. Had he fallen asleep in class again? Deciding to open his eyes, the boy realized how much his head hurt. What had happened? Registering his surroundings, Izuku finally decided to acknowledge the figure in front of him. Eyes doubling in size, the greenette could feel his breath being ripped out of his throat. There was no way someone like him would save someone as pitiful as Izuku, right? No, who was he kidding? All Might was the ultimate hero. He saved everyone, even if that person didn't deserve to be saved. What had happened for him to have been saved by such a great hero? All Izuku remembered was walking beneath the arch of a bridge on his way home from school. Wait, what had happened to his journal? He couldn't have lost it, there was no way. Plus, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the Pillar of Justice's autograph. Looking around hastily, Izuku's large green eyes finally stumbled upon the journal. Clearing his throat and mustering up the bit of courage he had, the teen quickly stood up, bowing almost instantly. "It would be an honor to have your autograph, sir. I'm a huge fan of yours and I would really appreciate it if you could sign my journal." Izuku couldn't hear himself, but he had hoped he managed to pronounce the words properly. It had been a while since the boy had the courage to actually speak Japanese instead of signing. Beatings really did manage to shut him up. Why? Izuku was 110% sure his pronunciation was off. The way the words rolled off his tongue just did not feel right. He had only ever spoken to the youngest Bakugo in Japanese when he felt extremely vulnerable or too tired to sign properly. The greenette did not fancy the idea of speaking with others due to the fear of being made fun of. His father had done it enough. Why did he need anyone else to beat and mock him for the way he spoke? Shutting his eyes tightly, out of habit, the boy awaited for a rejection of some sort. Feeling the notebook slip from his fingers, Izuku kept his head down. 2 minutes had passed before Izuku realized the man was trying to say something. "Hey kid, don't worry. I signed your journal already." It was faint, but Izuku could most definitely hear All Might's deep assertive voice. Looking up in alarm, the curly-haired boy could feel his freckled cheeks go red. The man had already signed the journal. Handing Izuku the book gently, All Might let out a hearty laugh. Upon receiving the book back, Izuku immediately began to bow in gratitude. "It's truly an honor to have someone as great as you sign my journal. It seriously means the world to me." It was frustrating not being able to hear what he was saying, but young Izuku could only hope that he didn't stumble over his words. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Izuku quickly straightened his spine. The muscular man stuck 2 thumbs up. He seemed to be saying something, but what he was saying was mystery to the younger boy. He had just realized how inexpressive All Might really was, for all of the words that fell out of the man's mouth looked identical. Noticing the struggling boy, a strange glint passed through the man's eyes as he let go of the greenette's shoulder. "Sorry, I don't know if you know sign, but it's a bit obvious you can't hear me." The man's sign was nowhere near perfect. In fact, it was pretty hard to read, but the fact that he even took the time to learn sign language was heartwarming. "Wait, you can sign?" Izuku's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the blonde man with admiration. "The more ways you know how to communicate, the better. Plus it may or may not be a job requirement." All Might's big fearless smile spread wider across his tanned features. "Job requirement? What kind of job was he talking about? Now that I know you're all right, I must take my leave. I have a few more villains I need to catch and people to save. I hope you can understand." "Wait, I know you're really busy, but it'd mean the world to me if you could spare just a few moments. Please?" Uncertainty flashed through the muscular man's blue eyes. "Sorry kid, but I have to go." Izuku needed this man's approval. All Might was the pillar of justice. He was Izuku's role model. Looking at his videos and interviews, keeping up with his hero work, it all helped Izuku get through his states of loneliness and pain. He deserved to know. "Kid, I really seriously have to go. I know that it's nice to see one of your favorite heroes, but I have responsibilities. I cannot just wait around. Have a nice day and make sure to stay away from anyone you deem a threat." Going down into a squatting position, the blue-eyed man smiled his signature smile and launched himself into the air. Next thing he knew, the curly-haired boy was latching on tightly to the muscular hero's leg. He didn't know if he was screaming, he didn't know if he was trying to explain himself. All Izuku knew was that he most definitely was not going to let go. Shutting his eyes and mouth, the boy held onto the man's leg even tighter as he felt a large hand on his back. He let the wind gently brush his unruly green curls out of his face. Landing safely on top of a tall building, All Might gently pried the boy off of his leg and set him down. "That was a very unsafe thing to do, young man. I love my fans, but I will not give up my hero work to stop and have a conversation with you. What would have happened if you fell? You would have gotten seriously injured." Quickly standing, Izuku frantically began signing. "I'm sorry, sir." Taking a deep gulp, Izuku could feel his insides begin to stir. What a great time to get butterflies, right? Letting out a deep breath, the boy continued, "I just really need to ask you something." Eyes widening in surprise, it was evident the older man wasn't able to follow along with the younger boy's signs. "May you repeat yourself? I have no idea what you are trying to say." Gulping, Izuku began to take a few more deep breaths. The pit in his stomach only got worse. The greenette could feel a pound or so of anxiousness weigh against his frail chest. Boy, was he shaking. "It's obvious I'm deaf, really obvious. I can't control that, but I can control what I end up doing in the future, right? Shutting his eyes, Izuku began to smile softly. Being born quirkless, everyone has always looked down upon me. Double whammy, huh? I'm deaf and quirkless. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. The other man's eyes widened to be 10 times their usual size. Deaf and quirkless? But that doesn't define me, you know? Izuku could feel his hands begin to shake again. I want to help others who are in need. I want to be able to give hope to those who are suffering, those who are about to give up. I want to be able to have people think of me and know that I'll always be there to save the day. All Might, I want to be like you. With a fearless smile, I want to reassure and save others in need. Fiddling with his thumbs, Izuku let out a loud sigh. Sir, do you think I could be a hero like you? With a determined look on his face, Izuku looked up only to find a skinny man in front of him. The greenette's large. Emerald eyes doubled in size. Who are you? Looking around frantically, Izuku was absolutely perplexed. All Might was just there. Feeling his soul leave his body, the curly-haired boy slowly turned towards the frail man. He looked like he could crumple under the wind. He couldn't be All Might, right? Snap out of it, kid. It's me, it's All Might. Staring at the boy with tired eyes, the man sat down. Don't go telling your friends or posting anything online, got it? Nodding quickly, the young boy stared at the man horrified. What had happened to him? I got in a fight 5 years back. I've had various surgeries in order to correct my injury. Due to the uncomfortable amount of surgeries I've had, my organs aren't in the best condition either. I've had my whole stomach removed, leaving me as this skinny frail man when I'm not doing hero work. The man lifted up his shirt to reveal a gruesome scar. Without giving the child time to process this newfound information, the sickly man continued to sign in his own slow pace. I can only do hero work 3 hours a day. That smile I put on is not only to convince the people that everything is alright, but it's my way of trying to convince myself everything will be okay. That smile, young man, is anything but fearless. Gulping loudly, Izuku began to think back to any large fights 5 years ago that could cause All Might that sort of injury. The only fight Izuku could think of that gave All Might a tad bit of a hard time was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw, but even then that did not make sense. That villain was way weaker than All Might and didn't land anything other than a punch. Okay, the muscular hero. Who could have done something like that? Could it have been possible that the symbol of peace managed to keep that fight a secret? Even so, how? There must have been various bystanders around. Feeling a hand at his shoulder, Izuku flinched and looked up, visibly startled. I thought you were trying to tell me something, but you were only mumbling, huh? I made sure that fight was kept under wraps. It was one unknown to the public. Taking 2 steps back, the man sighed. Look, kid, I'm going to be honest. The man's blue eyes clashed against big innocent green ones. I cannot simply say that someone who is quirkless can become a hero. Even being the hero with the so-called mightiest quirk, I have been damaged beyond repair. Looking at the heartbroken boy in front of him, the frail man continued. It's fine to have dreams, young man, but please make them achievable. That saves you a world of hurt. Making his way towards the door, All Might turned around once again to stare at the young innocent greenette. You can help people in other ways, not just through being a pro hero. I can tell you have a very kind heart, kid. Sadly, that does not cut it in real life. Feeling his heart shatter, Izuku could only stare at the door in which the frail man exited through. He had been expecting that answer, so why did it hurt? So bad? This alleyway was the shortcut home. Having bought the flowers already, the youngest Bakugo thought it would be best to stop by the house to see if his mother wanted to come along to the hospital. Rubbing his face in frustration, the blonde growled. Why was his head hurting so dim and much? Normally, it was only sharp jabs at his temples, but today he felt as if someone was not only pounding at his skull but at his chest. To say the least, Katsuki was not having fun at all. Ever since he had lashed out at young Izuku, his chest began to ache with guilt. Yes, Bakugo truly did believe in what he said, but maybe he could have been less douchey about it? Kicking at a soda bottle that found itself in Katsuki's path, the blonde continued to walk, glaring at anything and everything. He was sad at the greenette, he was sad at his dad, he was sad at himself. How could someone aspiring to be a hero be so FNG stupid? The blonde was always yelling at people, making people feel bad he was a bully. How he deserved someone as angelic as Izuku was truly baffling. Even after knowing and realizing that the curly-haired goof was too good for him, he continued to ruin their relationship by being so and heartless. Compared to the greenette, everyone else but they were all a bunch of pebbles on the side of the road that were made to be ignored. They were a bunch of extras, only there to fill in the empty spaces life had created. They were weak and easy to crush. Bakugo did not need to make friends with them, for they were not driven enough. They seemed to be settled with anything, and that set the blonde off. How could someone not give a single DMN about anything? These extras don't even have the drive to set up a goal, let alone complete one. They were satisfied with anything and everything. The crimson-eyed boy simply could not make sense of it. He could feel small explosions begin to go off. He was getting too worked up, and that was his body's way of warning him. Taking deep breaths, the blonde boy straightened his spine. No matter how much he did not deserve Izuku, the greenette still insisted on hanging out. Katsuki just needed some time to. I'll look at what we have here. I was a bit underwhelmed upon seeing you walk over here, but look at that. Your quirk is outstanding. Too bad it has to go to waste. Turning around quickly, Bakugo could feel his heart sink. What the hell was that? Why had the frail man looked so familiar? It was as if Izuku had seen him somewhere, he knew he had seen him somewhere. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Izuku kept thinking back to the skinny blonde All Might. He had met him before, he knew he had met him before. But where had he met him? Biting his lip as his hands began to move in thought, Izuku could feel a huge jab at the back of his head. It didn't matter. No matter how hard he wanted to deny it, and say that All Might believed in him, he knew he would only be lying to himself. There was no way Izuku could be a hero. This was the second time he had been attacked by a villain, at least he thinks it was two, and both times he was completely defenseless. Katsuki was right. If he could not defend himself from villains, how could he ever believe he could save civilians? Holding his journal close to his chest, Izuku could smell a pungent smoke in the air. What was going on? Looking up from the ground, the greenette spotted a large cloud of smoke across the street. What was going on? Before he could think, the curly-haired boy felt his body move towards the scene. Although the young boy could not hear the murmuring of the crowd, he most definitely heard the explosions coming from the scene in front of him. Going on his tippy toes, Izuku's eyes tripled in size. It had been the same slime villain that had attacked him earlier. But how? All Might had captured him, right? In those two soda bottles he had at his sides was where the villain resided. Wait, were the bottles by his sides when they landed on the building's rooftop? No, they weren't. At least Izuku didn't think they were. Had All Might dropped them when Izuku grabbed onto his legs? So then, that this was all Izuku's fault. If he had just left All Might alone, the bottles wouldn't have fell. What were people saying about All Might? This would surely make him look bad. Wait, had anyone even seen All Might capture the villain? Who exactly was trapped by the slime? How were they still alive? Feeling himself hyperventilating, Izuku began to take deep breaths. Shutting his eyes tightly, he could feel tears roll down his freckled cheeks. I'm so sorry. You'll have to wait for the pros to save you. He could feel his heart sink at the thought of just standing by and watching the poor citizen being choked. It was his fault, he should take responsibility. Yet still, All Might's words rung through his ears. Looking up, Izuku could feel himself rise on his tippy toes. Upon realizing who the victim was, he could feel bile begin to form in his throat. It was Bakugo Katsuki, better known as Kaken, Izuku Midoriya's best friend since childhood, the person who helped him get through life. That was who the Sludge villain decided to target. Feeling himself sob, Izuku was able to catch the other's crimson eyes. Toshinori was a failure to say the least. Here he was, at the scene of the crime, unable to do anything to help the poor boy who had fallen into the clutches of a villain. When he was an All Might, the blonde sickly man was absolutely useless. Pathetic, right? Someone who was seen as the world's mightiest hero could only idly stand by and watch as a young boy suffocated. Pathetic, so pathetic. Even more pathetic than how he was only something when he was All Might. He needed to do something, but what could he do? He wasted all of his time with that fanboy. Toshinori was just so stupid, he should have dropped the boy and goop off at the police station and been on his merry way. But no, his emotions had gotten the best of him when he saw the amount of bruises that littered the young boy's body. He couldn't just leave the green-haired boy alone in a station. What if he had no family to go back to? Even worse, what if he had a family that he didn't want to go back to? Staring at the crimson-eyed young boy in front of him, All Might's heart sunk even more than it had before. The desperation was heavily evident in the boy's mannerisms and eyes. He was crying for help, and nobody was there to help him. Giving up the little bit of hope he had left, Yagi had fallen into a cycle of self-deprecation. Closing his eyes for a split second, the man could feel a gust of wind fly past him. Quickly turning, his gaze fell upon the young bruised boy. "What are you doing, you stupid Deku? Get out of here. Do you have a death wish or something?" If you were to ask Izuku what the hell he was doing right now, he'd have no ready answer. Even he himself didn't know what he was going to do next. With his adrenaline high and hopes even higher, the Greenette thought up various plans in less than a span of 2 seconds. He needed to stop this villain all while keeping Kaken safe, but what exactly was he supposed to do? He had no quirk. Okay, no, seriously, what could he do? What would a hero do? Feeling his eyes widen, Izuku could feel his shaky hands grab at his bag. Looking into Katsuki's eyes, Izuku threw his backpack at the slime villain. This plan had a great chance at failing, but if Izuku was being honest, he didn't care. The worst thing that could happen is the slime villain killing him. That really didn't sound too bad? Quickly scraping away at the goop of a person, Izuku knew he managed to land a blow on him. What that blow was he did not know. Panting loudly, Izuku looked up at the encased Bakugo. What would All Might do? What would All Might do? What would All Me? I'm sorry. It was faint but most definitely there. Snapping his head up once again, Izuku could see a crying Katsuki. You shouldn't be trying to save me. Stay back and wait for a demed hero, you're gonna get hurt. That was when Izuku grew furious. How could Bakugo say something so stupid? Smiling up at Katsuki with the brightest smile he could muster, he shouted with all his might. I can't just let you die, Kaken. You're my best friend. A dark shadow began to form above Izuku, indicating that the villain was getting ready to strike. Even so, the young boy continued to try and get his blonde friend out of the goop. Was this how Izuku was going to die? He felt himself shut his eyes tightly, anticipating the blow. That was until a gust of wind had flew right past time. Who was that? The only thing Izuku could hear were the powerful winds raking through his green curls. Looking about frantically, a head of blonde hair came into view. All Might? Smiling to himself softly, Izuku felt himself close his eyes as he slipped into a state of unconsciousness. To say the least, all the pro-heroes present at the crime scene were not happy with Izuku. They had the right to be upset. After all, if anything had happened to the Greenette, that would surely taint their records. Oh, and Izuku could have died, but that did not matter too much to the freckled boy. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, the Greenette made his way away from the large crowd. He was feeling extremely claustrophobic. Just as Izuku made his way through a familiar quiet neighborhood, he could feel a hand pull him back gently. Looking behind himself, the Greenette was shocked to see a teary-eyed Katsuki in front of him. I am so damn sorry. The youngest Bakugo went into a full bow. I shouldn't have pushed you away. Life has been really hard and I'm just so damn confused. I know that's a sorry excuse, but quickly enveloping the blonde into a tight hug, Izuku could feel small tears slip down the sides of his cheeks. Feeling the blonde shake in his grasp, the Greenette's hold only tightened. Hey, it's okay, I've got you. The voice was soft, slightly raspy, but it was most definitely Izuku's. Katsuki had rarely ever heard the Greenette's voice, but man was it comforting. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Try to be a bit earlier than usual. The blonde stared at the floor dejectedly. Something important I have to tell you, got it? Feeling himself nod, Izuku gave the taller boy a tight hug. I'll see you tomorrow then, okay Kaken? Smiling a small smile, The blonde nodded. Yes, see you tomorrow. Sighing softly as he watched the blonde walk away, the brunette could feel a weight pulled off of his chest. Though, he couldn't help but wonder what the blonde had in store for him tomorrow. Looking up at the sunset, the brunette made his way down the quiet neighborhood sidewalk. The sun just barely began kissing the horizon, casting a beautiful yellowish-orange mask over the sky. Pinks, yellows, oranges all swirled together in what could be mistaken for an elegant dance. The once fluffy white clouds were painted in magnificent hues, only adding to the beauty before Izuku. Sighing to himself, the brunette could only feel guilty. Everything that happened today was all his fault. He didn't contribute at all in helping Katsuki. All Might was right, Izuku really could never be a hero even if he truly wanted to. Why was the brunette here if he could not be a hero? What was the point? He was useless and could never contribute to society in any other way. Feeling a gust land a few kisses on his once round cheeks, Izuku looked up quickly. Eyes widening, the boy caught gaze with brilliant blue eyes. All Might. Hello, young man. The muscular hero smiled brightly, before continuing with his sloppy signing. About what I said earlier, a gush of blood rushed out of the older man's mouth, turning him back into his smaller form. Izuku could only wince. He wondered if that ever hurt All Might. Excuse me, that was a bit sudden. Hope I didn't startle you too much. The hero apologized. Quickly before continuing. Without your effort to help the young boy being attacked by the villain, I would have never been able to step up and fight. I thank you for that, kid. Feeling his eyes widen, Izuku quickly replied. I did nothing to help at all. I was only a burden from the beginning till the end. If I had never come along in the first place. Feeling the blonde hero claps his hands over the brunette's small hands, the boy quickly stopped signing. An error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to fix it. Young man, it doesn't matter if whether or not the villain was released because of you or if it was because of that puppy over there. The point is you risked your life to save the boy, right? A tight knot began to form in the brunette's small chest as a sense of nausea began to build up in the boy's non-existent gut. But I didn't even save him. You did, All Might. Chuckling softly, All Might shook his head weakly. Young man, you did. Without your courage, I wouldn't have moved to help that boy. I would have given up. Kid, one thing all heroes had in common is that when it was time to spring in action, our legs moved on our own before we even had time to think. That happened to you too, didn't it? Eyes burning, the small brunette could only nod. Anyone could have did what you down, but no one did. Even us pros stood idly by waiting for someone to help. Yes, what you did was reckless, but wow, was it brave. Feeling himself begin to crumple down to the floor, Izuku could feel the water begin to form in his tear ducts. A small lump began to form in the boy's throat. Young man, I can say with pride that you will make a fine hero. Finally did Izuku let the water pour. Masaru looked terrible to say the least. His once tan skin found itself pale and sickly, his typically vibrant and sparkling kind brown eyes found themselves a murky dark mess of chestnut. The two other Bakugas were no longer allowed to stand by the older man's bedside, only being able to stare longingly through the thick glass that separated the brunette from the rest of the world. The doctors had said Masaru had possibly contracted a severe case of tuberculosis, an infectious disease that was slowly becoming an epidemic in Japan over the years. They had done checkups on both Katsuki and Mitsuki to ensure them that neither of them had contracted it. If it wasn't TB, well, it was small cell lung cancer. That would make this ordeal much more complex. If it were up to the youngest Bakugo, Katsuki would storm in there and stay by his father's side. Life SED, but Masaru Bakugo hadn't done a single bad deed in his entire lifetime, and he gets repaid through contracting tuberculosis or possibly cancer. How great! The younger blonde loved it when people undeserving of punishment get punished. Never in his whole life did Katsuki ever consider something happening to his angel of a father, and diamin was he frustrated that it happened. He and his mother were practically counting down the days until Masaru gets too ill to sustain himself. What would they do then? They needed Masaru. He's gonna get better soon, brat. Have some faith. The older woman muttered softly. Mitsuki's youthful and beautiful skin had big dark purple bags underneath her fiery red eyes. It was sad to see that the once outgoing and outspoken woman had grown introverted and cold. Anytime Bakugo had came in contact with her, she always looked so exhausted. Her muscular build had grown frail, and her bright smile had found itself in a chapped, thin line. It scared Katsuki. What if she was next? Mom. The woman perked up slightly, staring at the younger boy. You know I love you, right? A small smile found its way onto the older woman's lips as she continued to stare into the glass window. Of course, you idiot. Just wanted to make sure. Wait, what? Izuku could only stare with wide eyes as he gazed upon the older, muscular hero. It didn't make any sense. It simply couldn't make any sense. Up until now, quirks had always been hereditary. Ever since quirks had been introduced, not a single one had ever been passed on from person to person. It simply didn't make any sense. Izuku, was it? You really need to learn how to stop being so jumpy and just go with the flow, kid. I'm being completely honest with you. My quirk wasn't mine at one point, young man. I too was quirkless. The frail man smiled softly at the young greenette in front of him. Izuku was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to respond to that? All Might was quirkless? But after one person saw potential in me, I was graced by this mighty power. One for all. Izuku blinked. One for all. Nodding his head, the older man continued signing sloppily. A power passed on every new generation to only those worthy enough to wield its power. Wait, what are you trying to say, All Might? The boy could not let himself get excited. For all he knew, All Might probably didn't even want to pass down his power. Maybe he was still searching? I've grown old and sick, young man, and after 3 more years or so I don't know how well I'll be able to churns one for all. Kind sapphire eyes clashed against dough-like green ones. My time will soon pass and the world will need a new pillar of justice. I know it is a lot of responsibility and extra weight, and I would completely understand if you were to decline, but as of right now I strongly believe you are the right person to take this flame I call one for all. How was Izuku supposed to say no to that? Even if the greenette was unworthy, how was he supposed to say no to something like that? Was it selfish to say yes or to say no? What was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to tell his dad? What if he found out? Feeling a tight knot form in his chest, constricting his lungs, prohibiting him from breathing properly, Izuku's mind only fuzzed up even more. Feeling 2 large, bony hands on his shoulder, the greenette snapped himself out of his. Thus, it's okay to say no, young man. I don't want it to seem like I am forcing you. It's a huge responsibility, but just know I'll be there to guide you through everything. Hugging the frail man tightly, Izuku whispered a small, thank you. Hisashi was said. Actually, said was an understatement. He was fuming. It was already 6 in the afternoon and the brat hadn't returned from school yet. In fact, the kid had been coming home late this whole week, but this was the final straw. It felt empty without Izuku around and Hisashi didn't like that at all. Cracking his back, the middle-aged man made his way over to his couch. The house was an absolute mess. Papers scattered across the wooden coffee table, there were crumbs laying atop the rugs beneath his feet along with the accumulation of dust on the wooden floorboards. Izuku needed to learn his lesson, and Hisashi was most definitely going to teach him. Cracking open a beer and heading towards the dining table, Hisashi beard a knock at the old wooden door. Sighing and rubbing his eyes, he made his way to the door. Creaking it open, the older man was left underwhelmed. The letter? Seriously? Who the hell even used letters nowadays? Shaking his head, the ebony-haired man crouched down and picked up the letter aggressively. Getting back up, Hisashi looked around before entering the small apartment once again. Opening the envelope and revealing the typed-out letter, Hisashi could only crinkle his brows in confusion. The letter read, 197, A3 187, 47710, D7712 B109, 3, 5 E11 157, 717, 1110, 11117, FB6 1114 B3, AB 15 315 AB, 12 11 16 7 10 16 B3, 3 10 6, 19 7, 19 11 17 E6, E11 18 7, 16 11, A7 E12, 111 17, 7 1A12 E B16, B16, 111 17, 3 14 7, B10, 10 7 7 6, 11 12, F 11 10 7 1, 1 7 15, 19 7, 5 3 10, 7 10 15 17 14 7, 1 11 17, 16 A B 15, 11 12 12 16 17 10 B 16 1, 19 B 15 3 16 B 15 8 B 8 1, 1 11 17 14, 10 7 7 6 15, 19 7, 19 B 4 7, 19 3 B 16 B 12 9, 3 16, 16 A 7, 4 3 14, B 10, 1 11 D 11 A 11 F 3, 16 B 15 16 14 B 5 16, 16 17 E, 16 A 7, EB 16 16 E7, 11 10 7, 19 7, 15 3 B6, AB. Slipping on his prescription glasses over his dull green eyes, the older man found himself hiding away in his makeshift office of a room. Hisashi was going to have one hell of a time deciphering this. Although I do feel as though you are worthy of one for all, that does not mean you are by any means ready. Ready? What exactly did he need to be ready for? If Izuku was being completely honest, he had no idea what to expect. Fixating his gaze upon the frail blonde man, Izuku tried to read the expression on his face. It was stern, but a gentle stern, unlike his father. All Might's gaze was filled with hope and respect. The Greenette's father only held hatred and disgust in those pools of clouded-over emerald. We need to train that small body of yours before I decide to give you one for all. At this state your limbs would pop right off of your body if you even dared to try and use it. We have 8 months before you need to take the entrance exam for Yui. That should be enough time, I'd say. Furrowing his eyebrows, the young Izuku could only worry. Wait, 8 months? That's not nearly enough time, is it? What if I don't bulk up enough by then? What if I'm not ready by then? Most importantly, what if All Might realized he wasn't worth wasting his time on by then? What if All Might grew tired of him by then? What would Izuku do? How was he going to sneak in extra protein or exercise at home? Was Izuku selfish for accepting All Might's offer? Yeah, he most definitely was, and now he was paying the price. There was no way this was going to work, no way at all. How could this possibly work out? How was Izuku going to sneak out of his father's house? How was he going to train? How was his father going to take this news? I'm sure your father will be elated, young man. Why wouldn't he be? You should just explain to him that you're a late bloomer. All Might smiled gently, feeling a bit unsettled. Why was the Greenette so worried? Yes, sorry. He would be really proud of me, I'm sure. Izuku smiled slightly, looking away. He needed to learn how to break out of the habit of signing his thoughts. He would be figured out, his father would be figured out. That wouldn't be fun. I'll set up a schedule for you so that you can bulk up in 8 months without overworking yourself, okay? You need to have enough energy to do well in your classes as well. The Pillar of Justice smiled a small smile. You can do this. I believe in you, kiddo. Ah hey, you actually came. The blonde's typically vibrant red eyes had grown tired and weary gazing upon the young Greenette lazily. The youngest Bakugo looked exhausted. Gently making his way over to Katsuki, Izuku laid the taller boy's head onto his shoulder as he enveloped him in a tight. Feeling his eyes burn, the taller blonde hid his face in the latter's small shoulder. Letting go, Izuku smiled a weak smile. What's up? You don't look too well. Sighing softly, the older boy looked into the Greenette's sparkling emerald orbs. Life kind of SCKS right now and I just needed a DMN hug, okay? Want to talk about why life kind of SCKS right now? Taking a long pause just to stare at the small frail boy in front of him, Bakugo pondered on whether or not he should answer. Boy, did he really need to talk, but the latter already had a lot to deal with. But they were best friends, and best friends told each other everything, right? Dad's real sick. Doctors think it might be some sort of lung cancer or TB, not too sure though. I don't visit as often as Ma does. A tight knot of fear and guilt constricted the youngest Bakugo's airways as he could feel his eyes begin to burn. But I know Dad will be fine, so I'm not too worried. He'll be fine. Izuku didn't know what to do or say. Nothing he would do or say could make this situation any better. Feeling his eyes burn, he held onto the blonde tightly and whispered a small, "Everything's going to be all right." "So you decided to entrust your power to a random boy you found on the streets instead of waiting to meet Mirio?" It wasn't that recovery girl was angry, she was just curious. Mirio Togata had been Toshinori's #1 pick up until now, so why had he changed his mind? "Even without my power, Mirio has enough power on his own. He'll be a great hero without one for all, but this boy," Yagi looked the older woman in the eyes. "This boy wouldn't have had a chance. He has a kind heart and so much potential, but without a quirk that opportunity of becoming a hero wouldn't be in his grasp. He was on the news for saving that other blonde boy's life, yes?" The young unnamed boy hadn't received much questioning by the media, rather the victim of the Sludge villain's attack had been the center of attention. The unnamed curly greenette had interested the older woman to say the least. "Yeah, he's a mysterious child to say the least. Prior to saving the other young lad, I saved him from being a victim of the villain as well." Chio put her paperwork on a hold to look at the frail man with interest. "Oh." Rubbing the back of his neck, Yagi continued. "He's fragile now, but with some hard work he'll make a fine hero. He's a really great kid. I'm glad I met him." The older woman smiled softly. The older man had always been a softie, but right now it was more apparent than ever before. "You said he was deaf, yes?" The frail man looked away, afraid of the older woman's response. "It doesn't matter. He's still highly capable. He's a great kid, ma'am." Sighing softly as she shook her head, Chio could only smile. "Yes, I'm aware, you've told me that already. As long as you feel as though he's worthy enough, I'll stand beside you. Just make sure this wasn't a mistake, okay?" Toshinori could feel a small smile creep onto his tired and sunken-in features. "Of course. Can I get treated now?" Jumping 5 feet in the air, Yagi sharply directed his attention to the small entryway. There stood a tall lean man with long black hair. Did he even get sleep? He looked like a walking zombie. "How long have you been standing there, Aizawa?" "Just got here 2 seconds ago." "Whoever that kid is, good luck. Recovery girl's making him sound like trouble." A small smirk found its way on the tired pro-hero's features. Shoyuta Aizawa was quite the character to say the least. From All Might's understanding, he was not too talkative and typically kept to himself. Eraserhead preferred to stay away from the spotlight, almost wincing every time the media had caught up to him. Perhaps that made him either extremely noble or extremely stupid. All Might decided to go with noble. "Now that you're a teacher here, All Might, picking favorites isn't going to work out well. Whoever this boy that you're training is, good luck. Sorry for intruding, it's just you two weren't being very quiet." Shoyuta wasn't sorry at all. In fact, he looked slightly amused. He was an odd man. "Please sit. Are you here for your back injury? Or has a new one found its way onto your body this time too?" Aizawa sighed as his tired eyes met with the older woman's. "Back. It's been killing me." The tired man politely made his way onto the white stiff bed. "I haven't been able to work properly with it all out of place." "Well, when you've been twisted like a pretzel, that's to be expected, no?" The older woman sighed as she turned to the sickly blonde man beside her. "I'm afraid you'll have to leave for a bit. I'll chat with you tomorrow, all right?" All Might smiled softly as he bid his farewells and made his way out of the room. Staring into the night sky, the man felt himself grow lost in thought. Why did he feel an unbearable amount of worry for the young greenette? "Come on, Midoriya, get yourself together and quit falling asleep in class. It's embarrassing." The teacher tutored both singing and speaking, whilst shaking his head as he continued to write various math equations across the standard chalkboard. Flushing bright red, Izuku immediately straightened his spine and jotted down the notes. Training with All Might had him seriously exhausted. Possibly because even after his training sessions, the greenette made sure to continue exercising until he absolutely had to go home. Training until he dropped was much better than going home. The muscle training wasn't doing much for young Izuku. He had not fat, he was all skin and bones. You can't turn skin into muscle. Yes, he most definitely looked more toned after only training for a month, But at this rate he wouldn't gain any true muscle. If anything, he would just be losing a lot more weight than he already had been. All Might had told him if he were not to gain any weight in 2 months' time, the training regime would be useless. The Greenette's frail body wouldn't be able to handle the pressure that One for All would put on it. What could Izuku do to eat more? It wasn't like he could sneak in regular meals into his diet. His father wouldn't allow it. The Greenette could always stop by a restaurant, but where was he doing to get the money? He couldn't steal from his father, that'd be horrible. He couldn't beg for it either. He'd have to work, but how? No one was going to offer a job to a 13-year-old. How would he make the time? A loud chirping bell awoke Izuku from his thoughts, and he hastily began packing up. He found himself out of balance both physically and mentally these past few weeks. He was always so tired from cramming in studies, chores, training. Was he really eligible to be All Might's successor? The real question is Izuku Midoriya someone worth giving such an amazing opportunity? Was he good enough? Shaking his head, the young Greenette rubbed at his thin, bruised arms and made his way over to the older blonde waiting by the classroom's door. The youngest Bakugo looked like a mess. Dark circles underneath his strikingly beautiful crimson eyes, blonde hair more disheveled than usual, his already pale skin paler than normal. Uncle Masaru was still extremely sick and in hospital. The doctors were still running a few tests in order to find out what exactly it was that was causing him so much pain. Kaken had said that it was most likely small cell lung cancer due to Masaru's horrible smoking habits. Izuku decided to look on the brighter side and proposed that it could just be tuberculosis. Either way, both options weren't very reassuring. What are you thinking about? The older blonde signed gently, looking upon Izuku with tired eyes. The younger boy smiled softly. Not much. The Greenette made his way over to the blonde, quickly falling in step with him as they both made their way out of the horridly plain classroom. You sure? You seem to be spacing out a lot in class. The teacher had Akane tap on your shoulder at least 10 times before he could get your attention. I've just been very tired is all. I've been working out extra hard. The smaller boy happily puffed his cheeks as he flexed his tiny arms. Chuckling, the blonde simply rolled his eyes. You're not going to gain muscle if you just work out, Izuku, you've got to eat too. I worry about you, you're not fat you know. Crimson eyes examined the Greenette's tiny physique. For the last time, Kaken, I'm not anorexic. I love food, okay? Due to Izuku having always been on the bonier side of the spectrum, Bakugo had gotten this wild idea that somehow the Greenette had been starving himself. Yeah, Mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. Said she's worried about you or something. Izuku bit his lip anxiously. How was he going to decline? He had training soon and he knew he couldn't skip training. I'm sorry, my dad really needs help with something back at home. I'll try and come over sometime later this week, okay? The youngest Bakugo stared at the Greenette with an almost blank expression on his face. There was a hint of hurt in his typically cold crimson eyes. Yeah, that's fine. Hope you get it resolved. Izuku could only smile back weakly. And so they continued out the school and down the stone paths in a silence so loud even Izuku could hear it. I've got to go now. Have to make this turn. The Greenette signed, smiling shyly. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Katsuki could only stare blankly, an unreadable expression on his face. Not bothering to sign back, the blonde simply shook his head and continued his way home. Lately interactions between the Greenette and blonde teens were extremely limited. Izuku being too busy with training and Katsuki having family issues, they both had seemed to come to a mutual agreement. At least, that's what Midoriya assumed. Hesitantly taking out a small protein bar Izuku managed to sneak out of his father's snack drawer, the Greenette began nibbling on the chewy treat. He hadn't ate anything all day, he couldn't eat anything, for he didn't have any lunch money, so the young man resorted to these small bars for comfort. The curly-haired boy needed some form of energy before engaging in such strenuous training. The sun's yellows clashed beautifully with the sky's once vivid blues as it began to set. The days were slowly getting shorter, and Izuku could only shake his head in annoyance. The longer the nights, the longer the beatings. Making his way to the beach, Izuku could only feel his lips upturn happily as he ran over to the frail blonde man waiting patiently by heaps of trash. That frail thin body belonged to society's pillar of justice, a man said to be so indestructible no sane person dared to challenge him in battle. This man was fair and kind, one of the most amazing people Izuku had the pleasure of meeting. Noticing the greenette, the blonde man gently ruffled up the teen's curls as he felt a small smile form on his face. Ready for training, kiddo? Never been more ready. He didn't show up for dinner again, huh? Mitsuki clicked her tongue as she set the dinner table. She had even gone out of her way to make Izuku's favorite, katsudon. The greenette became less and less involved with the Bakugas as he aged. It had put them all in an even more sour mood than it had before. He never FNG shows. The youngest Bakugo growled, setting his homework aside. I don't know who the F, he thinks he is always acting like he's okay. Katsuki rubbed at his temples, visibly agitated. There's something going on, ma. He needs me and I don't know how to effing help him. The older woman could only chuckle as she sat herself down. Come here and eat. He doesn't need you to worry about him, he's old enough to manage himself. The blonde huffed as he took a seat next to his mother. Obviously not. He can't even feed himself properly. Saying a prayer, the mother-son duo picked up their respective chopsticks and began to eat silence. This was how most dinners went, quiet and eerie, almost as if they were both expecting the absolute worst. On edge was the best way to describe it. Making sure to always keep an ear out for the home phone in case of a call updating them on Masaru's state. Abruptly breaking the silence, the spiky-haired teen slammed his chopsticks onto the small wooden table as his crimson eyes clashed against ones familiar to his own. I mean, who the hell does he think he is? He knows I'm effing stressed. Eyeing the boy, Mitsuki could only sigh. The teen had grown progressively more pale and tired-looking as the days went on. His once aloof nature had grown uptight and even more aggressive than it had been prior. One thing had yet to change, however. The young man still wore his heart on sleeve. I mean, come on. He stopped eating, he stopped talking to me, and guess what, Mom? He stopped telling me how he feels. I mean, he never really did FING complain or anything, but it was nice talking to him, you know? I mean, what the F dash? I'm always there and he just ignores me. He's getting worse and worse as time goes on and I can't do a dimmin' thing about it. The blonde grew progressively agitated, feeling his breaths growing even more frantic. This isn't just about Izuku, is it? Mitsuki's eyes softened as she watched the younger boy crumble. Why the F won't he get better already, Mom? Feeling his eyes begin to burn, the blonde could only look away as the older blonde pulled him into a tight hug. A tightness began to strangle the youngest Bakugo, as he shut his tired crimson eyes tightly. It's okay to cry, Katsuki. Get off your lazy butt and make me some FNG coffee. Roughly snapping in front of the curly-haired boy's gaze. Startling the greenette from his studies, Hisashi dull eyes bore into those of a beautiful emerald green. The older man had been cooped up in his room, focused on a project of sorts, thus allowing for the younger boy to have some time to himself. What did I say, Izuku? The boy could only reply with nervous, hesitant eyes. Quickly getting up, the younger boy made his way into the kitchen, pulling out an instant coffee Hisashi claimed to be the best and threw a fit if there wasn't any left. Putting the ground into a mug and filling the mug with boiling water from a kettle already full and boiling on the stove, only adding a tablespoon of milk on top, the greenette handed the older man the coffee gently. Staring at the boy up and down, Hisashi could only sigh as he made his way back into his room, turning so the greenette could read his chapped lips. Go eat something, you pig. Smiling brightly, the young boy rushed towards the cupboards, pulling out his favorite instant noodles. Filling a small pot with water and setting it on the oven top to boil, Izuku emptied the noodles into the pot. After 5 minutes or so, young Izuku strained the noodles, leaving only 8 or so tablespoons of water left. Green curls could be seen bouncing over the countertop, as an excited Izuku finally added in the flavoring to the noodles. Mixing in the flavoring with his chopsticks, the young boy murmured a soft prayer as he dug in. Feeling tears beginning to form, Izuku had almost crumpled to the floor. Up until now, the young boy was surviving on cold, small leftovers and protein bars. He had almost forgotten the feeling one can get from the amazing warmth of hot and proper food. "Thank you, Papa." Izuku sniffled, gently digging into his noodles. "Today was a good day. I went through the trouble of making you a goddamn bento box, and if it ain't done by the end of lunch I'll force it down your throat, got it?" The blonde tooted, as he handed a neatly wrapped bento to the smaller greenette. Feeling his tired eyes widen, Izuku smiled brightly. "You didn't have to, silly." Rolling his eyes, Katsuki merely signed a lazy, "Eat." Yesterday was most definitely emotional for the young Bakugo, but a much-needed release. The boy had bottled everything up, until it became something he could no longer control. "How's Hisashi doing?" The blonde signed, curious. As much as he hung out with Izuku, not once had he actually had a proper conversation. While yes, the man was kind, he little to no effort when it came to socializing or getting to know who exactly his son was hanging out with. Maybe it was because he knew his mom so well that Hisashi didn't bother getting to know Katsuki? "He's fine. Just busy with work." Same exact answer no matter how Katsuki asked the question. It seemed as though Katsuki interacted more with the man than the curly-haired boy himself. "He's always busy with work." Laughing softly, Izuku signed back hesitantly. "It's better that way." Raising an eyebrow, the blonde began to set down his chopsticks. "Why? How's Uncle Masaru and Auntie Mitsuki doing?" Izuku smiled as dove into the white rice Mitsuki prepared for him. Crimson eyes narrowing, Bakugo could only sigh, visibly unnerved. "Dad's holding up okay. He hasn't had a coughing fit in a bit, which is good. Ma is also doing alright. Don't worry. How've you been? You barely talk to me anymore." The pale blonde rested his cheek against the palm of his hand, intimidating crimson eyes boring deep into mysterious emeralds. "Been okay. Just busy." The greenette finished his food, with a content smile etched on his face. His stomach was very full, almost an uncomfortable full, but the young Izuku didn't mind one bit. "Busy with what?" Still distraught over the small remark Izuku made earlier, Bakugo found himself observing the greenette's small figure. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku could only smile a nervous smile, as he gently played with his curled locks. "Just with school and stuff. Plus I've been working out lately too, you know? Takes time." "Izuku, you're such a bad liar. Unfortunately we have found a mass right next to the bronchi of the lung, better the air." The young doctor's brown eyes bore into the crimson-eyed woman in front of him. Mitsuki could only stare, eyes wide and glazed over. "Ma'am, do you recall him ever having any sort of smoking habits? It seems here that he's had quite a history of lung infections." "No, he hasn't ever smoked. He's a total health junkie." Mitsuki could feel herself beginning to shake as she held onto her son's clammy hands. "What the F do you mean by masses? Is it cancerous?" The youngest Bakugo looked up at the doctor with eyes so full of sorrow and confusion, it was almost hard for the doctor to stare back. "Almost. We will continue to look into it, but be ready to set a date for surgery." The doctor sighed, looking at Masaru, who could only stare, a grim look etched on his tired and sunken-in face. "As for you, sir, we'll need you to rinse out your mouth. In order to see if this is cancerous or not, we will need to collect that stuff, or phlegm, you've been coughing up." Gently helping the tired man up, the doctor made a small gesture for the youngest Bakugo to rise. Quickly. Standing, Katsuki gently allowed his father to lean against him as they made their way over to the small sink. Mitsuki was at a loss for words. There was no way he was that sick, it was impossible. The mass had to be benign, there was no way it was actually cancer. Right? After rinsing his mouth, Katsuki and the doctor led Masaru back to his hospital bed. Masaru's face was blank, almost as though he was too tired to care. "Careful when you sit down, Dad." The teen helped his father sit upright in bed. Taking the test tube from the doctor, the blonde helped it up to his father's lips, just after the man made sure to let out a few coughs. Mitsuki could only look away in disdain. She hated anything that had to do with spit. She always had Masaru deal with Katsuki's spit-ups when he was still a newborn. Sighing softly, the blonde hid her face away in the palms of her hands, being overwhelmed with a bitter sadness. "Both of you wash your hands." The results should be back in 2 weeks or so. The doctor gave the family one last glance before he left the room. Mitsuki turned to face her sickly husband as tears began to roll down her flushed cheeks. I'm going to die, aren't I? Gently caressing his wife's silky blonde hair, Masaru could only muster a small weak smile. This night, much like various other ones, resulted in her laying by his bedside. After the doctors found that the brunette wasn't positive for TB, his family members were allowed to stay close to him without any repercussions. Talking and moving had grown to be a challenge for the man. Simply walking had led to shortness of breath, and his throat had grown raw, leaving his voice hoarse. His wife and son had been angels throughout the whole process. He knew they must have been struggling. It was evident through their worried eyes, dark eye bags, and pale faces. They looked almost as sick as he did. Smiling softly, he gently brushed his wife's hair away from her forehead, giving her a small kiss on her forehead. I love you. It hurt to speak, but he didn't mind. He hadn't uttered a word to the young woman in a few days. Even if she was asleep, a small, I love you, wouldn't do anyone any harm. I love you too. The older woman smiled softly, a smile so angelic and beautiful. The smile Masaru fell for years and years ago. Don't leave me all alone, okay? Mitsuki whispered, gently caressing his cheek. Holding her hand, Masaru leaned into her touch. Her hands were soft and small, yet so cold. Gently leaving a kiss on her palm, the older man could only look back at her with a tired smile. I'll try not to. You're lying. You're messing with me. Katsuki could only feel his heart sink as he inspected the deathly calm woman in front of him. Her eyes dull, devoid of emotion, she could only stare back at the young teen. Why would I lie to you, Katsuki? You're a liar. This isn't funny. The youngest Bakugo felt his heart sink further down his chest as his vision grew blurry. The old hag had to be lying. There was no way this was true. She was lying. She was a liar. Katsuki, you can't just deny the truth. You knew you were expecting it too. The more you deny it, the more it'll hurt in the end. Making a dash for his room, Katsuki could only cover his ears. Shut the F up. You need to face the facts, Katsuki. Mitsuki grabbed the boy by his arm, tears in her eyes, yet never letting them fall. Be honest with yourself. This isn't a death sentence, okay? He's going to get better. Katsuki could only laugh. Really? Was she that delusional? She was even deeper in denial than he was. He's not going to recover from stage 3 lung cancer, Mom. Katsuki growled. Masaru was diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer a few days ago. The doctors had found that although the tumors were about 3 centimeters, the cancer had spread up to his lymph nodes. However, nothing had spread to his liver or chest wall, so it couldn't have been stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer. He still had a chance, but hope only brought more hurt in the end. Do you seriously have such little faith in your father? He will get better. He's in stage 3A, Katsuki. The woman spoke, still calm and collected, pissing the youngest Bakugo off even more. What's the difference? Katsuki tooted, glaring the other blonde, a dull crimson clashing against a bright ruby red. He's getting surgery in a week. If it's successful, he'll get chemo. Price wasn't something to worry about. When it came to healthcare, the Japanese public insurance had covered the expenses for the family. Worry was whether or not the brunette would make it past surgery. And you're not worried? Katsuki could only glare at the woman, feeling a horrible tightness in his chest. This was ridiculous. This was all ridiculous. Of course I'm worried. I'm worried sick, Katsuki. But you have to understand that losing hope isn't going to do us any good. Feeling the older woman getting even more heated, the boy continued making his way towards his room. Yeah, just as holding on to false hope won't do us any good. Katsuki could feel tears escape his squinted eyes. What the F was the point in life anyways? Katsuki could only wonder. I love you both so much. I'll see you in a little bit. The brunette smiled a tired smile as he waved at the two blondes in front of him. Being pulled into a tight embrace, Masaru could only laugh. Watch over your mom for me, okay, kiddo? Katsuki gently let go of the man as he nodded his head, not trusting his voice enough to respond with words. I love you guys. We love you too. We'll see you after, okay? Mitsuki caressed the older man's brown locks as her other hand held one of her son's calloused and scarred hands. Dread filling Masaru's chest, he smiled at the duo lovingly. He had to stay alive for those two, no matter what. Seeing the pair being ushered out the room by the main nurse, the brunette could feel his eyes flutter shut. This was going to be one hell of a ride. Come on, boy. Get on your feet and look at what you've done. Hisashi growled, kicking the young boy's head. The greenette laid on the tile floor, boiling hot coffee surrounding him as he held his burnt hands close to his chest. Letting strangled sobs out of his already bruised neck, Izuku could only lie there pitifully whilst shutting his eyes, almost pleading with the pain to go away. Izuku was used to various forms of pain: slicing, punching, being hit with blunt objects. However, one thing he could never get used to would be burning. He wasn't burned often, but when he was, it was horrible. He still had a few cigarette burns on his right leg from last week when he had forgotten to do laundry before 20. Grabbing Izuku by his arm roughly, Hisashi pulled the younger boy up almost as if he was a rag doll. If you're going to make me coffee, do it FNG right. Grabbing a spoon and pressing it against the turned-on stove, Hisashi roughly pressed the burning metal against the back of the curly-haired boy's neck. Sobbing weak sobs, the boy gently tried to move his father's hands away from his neck. Please. Izuku wasn't sure if he had enunciated the word properly, but he could only hope it would shock Hisashi into stopping. Just before this, he received a beating for not returning home early enough. Izuku was exhausted. Feeling his father let the spoon dig deeper into his skin, Izuku quickly turned only to be faced with a slap across his now rounded-out cheeks. It had been 3 months since Izuku had been training with all might. With Katsuki always nagging at him to eat and making sure to feed him all 3 meals, was the greenette able to gain weight, muscle even. Pulling the greenette's rounded face to face his own narrow one, Hisashi could only glare. If you're going to speak, do it right. Pressing the spoon against the lit stove once more, Hisashi stripped the young boy of his shirt, much to Izuku's dismay, and continued to press the burning metal against the young boy's skin. The room was filled with Izuku's cries and sobs. Man, Hisashi missed this. The past year or so the greenette would just take his hits without uttering a single sob. Hearing them again was somewhat satisfying. How are you doing, Uncle Masaru? Izuku was beyond worried about the brunette, and although he made his best efforts to visit the Bakugas, he hadn't spoken to the older man in person for the past 5 months. He couldn't bear seeing him so sickly. Although he had lost his hair since the start of chemo, there were little bits of stubble growing back. He was no longer a pale skeleton, his tan skin was slowly returning along with a good amount of weight. It was nice seeing him get better, even if the process was slow. I'm doing just fine, Izuku. It's great to see you again, kiddo. One thing that hadn't changed about the older man was his inability to complain. No matter how horrible the situation was, Masaru was never one to complain, only there to listen. Whether that was a good or bad thing, the greenette couldn't decide. I brought some food if you'd like some. I'm sure hospital food isn't too great. After meal prepping late last night for Hisashi, the curly-haired teen made sure to prepare a meal for the older brunette. You didn't have to go through the trouble, Izuku. Gently taking out a few containers from a plastic bag, along with a pair of chopsticks, Izuku gently filled up a plate with sushi, onigiri, apple slices. Sorry it wasn't anything better, we didn't have much groceries at home. Ruffling up the greenette's curls, Masaru chuckled softly, or at least that's what it seemed like to young Izuku. This is amazing, Izuku. Thank you so much. Reciting a small prayer, the man dug in, saying one last thank you to Izuku. The greenette had to admit the meal was fairly bland, but with Masaru recovering still, he didn't want to overwhelm him, as silly as that sounded. You've put on quite the amount of muscle, kiddo. Finally eating something? Masaru's paled face was complimented with his soft, fatherly smile. Izuku could only flush. With Katsuki meeting up with him after training and feeding him constantly, he was bound to gain weight. All Might was ecstatic when he noticed Izuku's progress. Kaken has been sort of forcing food down my throat, so sorta? Izuku laughed softly as he watched Masaru's face soften up. He misses you a lot. I miss him too. A lot. Him and Mitsuki, and I miss you a lot too. You and Katsuki are growing up so fast. By the time I'm out of this hospital bed you'll probably already be heroes. The brunette's eyes were full of admiration and love. Masaru had grown to become one of Izuku's favorite people. The Bakugas in general were the brunette's favorite people. They were the most kind-hearted people he knew. All of the beatings seemed worth it when he was around them. I wouldn't worry, uncle. You'll be out of here in no time, I promise. Izuku smiled softly at the brunette as the older man ruffled up the teen's hair. The Bakugas were Izuku's family, and that was something he couldn't deny. Feeling a bony hand pat the top of his head, Izuku looked up. You okay, kiddo? What happened to your eye? Last night, Hisashi had thrown another one of his fits. This time around Izuku had spilled water on the floor when he was washing dishes and had forgotten to clean it up. It didn't help that Hisashi was out drinking half an hour prior. Just tripped down the stairs when I was heading to school this morning. Smiling a soft reassuring smile, the brunette attempted to continue his mission of cleaning up the beach. This was one of the many training regimes All Might set up for the freckled boy. Something about heroes forgetting that heroic services aren't always necessarily flashy. Don't lie to me, young man. If that were to be the case, your eye would be a red rather than a dark purple. If someone is hurting you, you should tell someone. Don't feel as though you need to. Keep anything from me, kiddo. Dread began to fill the young Izuku as he could feel himself begin to sweat. What would he tell him? There were bullies beating him? No, that would upset him. He had millions of excuses. Why couldn't he think of a plausible one? Think, Izuku, think. I did. I'm anemic, so I bruise really easily. I promise, All Might, why would I lie to you? He had to believe him. He had to, right? He wouldn't make it a big deal. There was no way. Shifting slightly, the older man could feel his shoulders sag slightly. Making sure to keep a reassuring smile on his face, Izuku continued to haul the trash off and out of the beach. The closer and closer he got to the hero, the harder it was to keep on the mask. After this, let's get some ice cream. You deserve it. The older man signed, gently patting the younger boy on the shoulder. You need to learn how to be less of a klutz. You're going to seriously hurt yourself one day. Feeling a bright smile form on his face, Izuku couldn't help but be filled with this warmth he got every time he interacted with the Pillar of Justice. It was the same type of warmth he felt when he was around the Bakugas. He had too become family, and Izuku had no idea what he did to deserve any of them. I'll make sure to work on it, sir. We have a month until the entrance exam. I was wondering if you'd want to train together for the next 4 weeks. The blonde looked into the smaller boy's emerald eyes. He had most definitely toned up these last few months, so much that lots of the former bullies found themselves leaving the brunette alone. It was refreshing. Had the younger boy been training with someone else? Maybe he had been training with Hisashi? Whatever or whoever he was training with, Bakugo most definitely wanted in on it. It would benefit them both. Maybe they could even spar? Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe late on the weekends? My own training has stalled a bit because of studies. The curly-haired boy was messing with his curls again. He was most definitely lying. It was funny seeing the brunette lie. He lied so much it was almost borderline insane. Katsuki could only wonder what was going through his head sometimes. Yes, sounds good, man. Have fun with training, and make sure to stop by for dinner. Giving the younger boy a slight smile, the blonde continued his pathway home. By the way, Dad says hi. Seeing his beautiful emerald eyes widen, any anger Katsuki had towards the latter disappeared. Green was always a favorite color of his. Make sure to keep me updated on how he's doing, okay? After training this weekend, we should visit him. Watching the boy stop and smile softly, Katsuki nodded as a response. This is where I need to make a turn, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Tell Auntie Mitsuki I said hi. And once again the young boy made his way down the small rough path which led somewhere west from Katsuki's house. Probably a park of sorts? Yeah, that was probably it. Hills were great for cardio. As time went on, the little helpless Izuku Katsuki knew growing up was only getting stronger. Sure, his self-esteem was still extremely low, and his overall shyness was bothersome, but the brunette himself was almost as muscular as the blonde. Almost as muscular. Katsuki was slightly jealous, he wasn't going to lie. All this time Hole the blonde was being a little beach. Izuku was training his hardest. Sure, he wanted to enroll at UA, but could he really do it? The crimson-eyed boy hated looking down on the greenette, but it was hard not to. If not for the boy's compassion, Katsuki would probably have thought him to be useless just as everyone else does. There was something compelling about the curly-haired boy. Something about the way his green eyes sparkled whilst talking about villains, something about the way he smiled brightly when he spoke about his favorite heroes, something about the way determination graced his soft features every time someone brought up the topic of future heroes, something about him made Katsuki riled up. He was special, that was for sure. Even though he was quirkless, for some reason Katsuki was rooting for it. Maybe it was because of the admiration Bakugo had for him? The way he never gave up? Whatever it was, the blonde couldn't tell you what exactly he liked about the freckled boy. Stopping in front of his door, Katsuki slipped off of his shoes as he unlocked the door. Placing his shoes on the shoe rack and pulling on some slippers, Katsuki entered the living area. Feeling an immense sense of shock at the image in front of him, the youngest Bakugo set down his school bag as he stared at the pale figure curled up with his mother on the couch. "Dad? You're home." Katsuki could feel an uncontrollably bright smile form on his typically frowning features. After a strenuous recovery, they had finally deemed the older man well enough to come home. "I told you he'd make it back, you idiot." Bolting over towards his parents who had since risen from the sofa, the youngest Bakugo could feel his younger self peek through as he pulled the duo into a tight hug. Katsuki hadn't realized how much he truly missed the older man. "Welcome home, Dad." Feeling the cold beach breeze brush against his blonde hair, Toshinori looked up at the beautiful orange sky above. It was amazing how beautiful everyday things were. Being so caught up in everyday life, it was almost as if people forgot how beautiful simple things like the sky could be. Maybe it was because his time was running short that the symbol of peace was paying attention to such small details. A scream or war cry of sorts had pulled the blonde out of his thoughts. Looking at the direction of the sound, did the pillar of justice find young Izuku, jacket unzipped revealing a white undershirt underneath, on top of what seemed to be heaps of trash. Feeling his own blue eyes widen, Toshinori proceeded to look around at his surroundings. The whole beach was completely cleared of any speck of trash. The young boy had seriously outdone himself this time around. Looking at the boy's body, muscles had cut and contoured his short frame. Then only 9 months was the greenette able to achieve this. It was almost impossible, yet once again he had found a way to accomplish the unattainable. The frail man was so proud of him. His resilience had reminded him slightly of himself back when he was young and still had that youthful fighting spirit. He would most definitely make a fine hero someday. Seeing the freckled boy begin to sway, the blonde found it in himself to quickly shift into his all-might form as he quickly ran to catch the young man. "I did it." The boy looked absolutely exhausted, but that exhaustion was absolutely worth it, All Might would say. It represented the boy's resilience. Noticing the bruises on the greenette's neck set All Might off, however he would let them slide today. "You have once again absolutely exceeded my expectations, young Midoriya. You've proven to be someone worthy of one for all time and time again. As the months have passed I've gotten to see your kindness, courage, and determination. So stand up for me, all right?" Feeling the greenette nod, the hero gently set the short boy down. "Now, young Midoriya, it is time for me to finally pass down one for all to you, young man." Seeing the young man hesitate, Toshinori could only smile even more. "Trust me, young man, you deserve it." "Yeah, I am worried about that, but..." The greenette looked up at the frail man with eyes full of nervousness. "What if you made a mistake? What if I can't live up to your expectations?" The blonde expected that from the young man. Although he could have an insane amount of courage sometimes, most of the time he was an absolute worrywart. "If I knew you weren't ready for one for all, young Midoriya, I wouldn't be willing to pass on to you just yet. Yes, you still have much to learn, but I assure you, you will surpass my expectations as you have time and time again. You're amazing, Izuku, do not forget that." Smiling softly at the greenette as the sun's rays casted an angelic glow around the boy, Toshinori pulled out a single strand from his head. Now, open your hands wide and accept this mighty power, young Midoriya. You must eat this. The greenette's big green eyes tripled in size. What? Ready for this exam, Izuku? The blonde was wearing one of Masaru's scarves around his neck. Their last spar was on Sunday, which once again ended in a draw and a small treat made by Uncle Masaru. The blackhead complemented his platinum hair very well. It always had, but for some reason Tay's scarf made it 10 times better. Yeah, of course I am. Izuku was completely lying. In fact, the young man couldn't even get proper sleep last night, so he spent all night cleaning the beach instead. At this point he was running on adrenaline. Getting caught up in thought, the greenette tripped over his own feet, per usual. Izuku was just gonna die during this test, no biggie. Feeling someone pat his shoulder, the boy could feel himself being lifted up and off of the ground. Zero gravity? What? Looking around, Izuku noticed a girl saying something. She spoke too fast, he couldn't read her lips. Kaken must have cleared up the confusion, because she nodded in understanding, sympathy flashing through her features. He already had people feeling pity for him. Izuku really didn't like that. Giving the girl a soft smile, he simply bowed in thanks. She seemed like a very nice girl, with flushed round cheeks and warm brown eyes. She was very pretty. She seemed to have said her goodbyes, for she continued to enter in the main building. Looking over at Katsuki, the greenette smiled sheepishly. Would you quit falling all over the place, you klutz? You look like an idiot. Bakugo roughly grabbed the shorter boy's hand and led him into the main auditorium, finding a place to sit. Looking at their cards, they seemed to have been placed into different sections of the exam. Feeling calloused hands on his own, Izuku found his eyes straying away from the center stage to meet those of Crimson. Probably to try and separate friends. Izuku nodded. Smart. Looking at the stage, out came one of UA's faculty members and world's quirkiest hero, Present Mike. Gushing over Present Mike, the greenette began to sign unconsciously. Katsuki could only sigh as he continued to watch the presentation. Being one of the major communications heroes, Present Mike had most likely been alerted about the need to sign whatever he was saying. It was sweet to say the least. Izuku and Bakugo had found closer seats in order to allow the shorter of the duo to be able to try and read the instructor's lips. After the presentation was over, a small Q&A was held. The presentation itself was self-explanatory, however one student seemed to be extremely excited to ask a question. The black-haired boy seemed to be shooting out questions. Izuku could just barely read what he was saying. Something about a mistake on the printout. Looking at the small guide, there was 4 robots, however Present Mike only mentioned 3. Looking back up to the boy, his dark blue eyes glared at the greenette. He was calling the freckled boy out. What did Izuku do this time? Something about fidgeting. Face flushed, Izuku quickly looked at the floor in embarrassment. Was he really that goofy? What an butt. Katsuki looked unimpressed and irritated, then again he was always irritated. He was right, I was probably distracting the poor guy. Turning to Present Mike, Izuku remained still throughout the rest of the presentation, watching intently for the details. This exam couldn't be too bad, right? I totally failed, Kaken. There's absolutely no way I passed. Sitting on the blonde's bed, Izuku was practically ripping his green locks out of his scalp. I mean, I didn't beat a single machine and I totally made a fool of myself in front of the judges, and all I did was break my body. My arm and legs were shattered. Izuku was losing it. His fears were eating at him, even so he walked home with the crimson-eyed boy knowing it would calm both of them down. Ah, come on, Deku, the test was easy. How the hell did you break your arm and legs? Did the stomp on you or something? Oh crap, he hadn't told Katsuki about One for All. He couldn't, he would be breaking All Might's trust. As much as he trusted Kaken, he made a promise to keep a secret. I was trying to save that girl from early, she got her legs stuck, and once I got her out something fell on my legs. I tried covering my face, but while doing that I seriously hurt my arm too. It was stupid. Izuku messed with his curls, feeling guilty for lying. Usually he didn't mind lying and did it with ease, but when it came down to lying to Katsuki, he could feel his nerves eat at him. The truth was, Izuku called upon One for All when the zero-pointer had revealed itself. The power was so overwhelming that even after all of that training Izuku was still too weak to harness it. It was pathetic. I'm sure you'll be just fine, idiot. Don't worry about it. Even if you don't make it into the hero course, you can always make it into general education and make your way up there. The crimson-eyed boy started snacking on some berry mix he stored away in the fridge. He had gone on a diet these past few months in order to bulk up. One thing lots of people didn't know about Bakugo was his love for sweet things. Sure, he loved spicy foods, but Izuku would say sweet treats overpowered his compassion for spice. It was cute. Those fruits were probably the sweetest things Bakugo has had in a whole year. But I want to be in the hero course with you, Kaken. I want to attend UA for that sole reason. I didn't apply for general studies. All of the training and guidance from All Might would have been wasted. Better, he practically wasted All Might's time and energy if he didn't make it into the hero course. It'll work out. Quit worrying about it, Izuku. Staring at the blonde's features, the freckled boy knew he was just trying to calm him down. He needed to worry. Checking the time on Katsuki's alarm clock, Izuku quickly collected his things. I've gotta go, Dad wants me home by 7 p.m, I'll come over after I get my results, okay? Izuku smiled softly as he made his way out of the blonde's room. Yeah, sounds good. Hey, you should ask Hisashi for a phone, dude. It'd make it easier to communicate and stuff now that we're both always busy. The taller male ruffled up the shorter boy's curls gently. He had good intentions, but asking for dinner itself is a death sentence, let alone a phone. Yeah, I'll be sure to. I'll talk with you later, okay? And so Izuku was off on his journey back home. As much as he wanted to stay at the Bakugo's, he knew he'd be greeted with a beating once he got home. Still, it felt nice to have somewhere to stay after school rather than that jail of an apartment. Getting home, and no sign of Hisashi, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. As long as he kept quiet about his screw-up on the entrance exams and kept everything in order, he would be safe. It was most likely that Hisashi would come home blackout drunk. He was always at some bar after work. Hearing a ring at his doorbell, Izuku could feel his nerves spike. It was the letter from UA. What the F were you thinking? Feeling a chill down his spine upon opening the door, there stood Hisashi with the UA letter in his hand begrudgingly. What was Izuku going to tell him? That he all of a sudden got a quirk? That wouldn't convince him. He would only get angrier. He'd think the greenette was lying. What could he say? He didn't want to blame Katsuki. The blonde was completely against the idea of the greenette applying. So against the idea they stopped talking completely for a day or two, and that in itself was a record that would hopefully never be broken purposefully again. You really are FNG masochistic little sheet, aren't you? What the Izuku? Let me tell you what this FING letter is going to tell you. Sorry, you pain in the butt, but we don't want you here, you quirkless waste of space. That's what they're going to tell you. Feeling something hard hit his cheek, Izuku looked up at his father, feeling fear boil in his stomach. There lay the letter, on the floor by itself pitifully. Reaching for the letter, Izuku felt a large hand grab at his curly locks. You're really going to FING look? Do you not understand what I'm trying to tell you? Should I speak a little louder so you can hear? His words were faint and Izuku could just barely hear them pass through his ears, but the older greenette was making far too much noise. Someone was going to hear. Feeling a rough tug at his locks, Izuku focused his gaze onto the spotless tiled floor he had spent hours cleaning. Somehow his blood always managed to splatter all over them, tainting the white into a temporary ruby red until the beautiful red dried a tasteless brown. Izuku was sure had seen his blood over all of the walls and floors in this compact apartment. Maybe he was a masochistic freak. A dull pain makes its way onto the boy's hardened stomach, and Izuku feels himself crumple to the floor, throwing up the contents of the bento box Kaken had given to him after the exam. Not long after, what felt like a foot pressed up against the back of the greenette's head and smashed it into the spillage that had graced the floor seconds prior. Smelling the distasteful scent, Izuku struggled against his father's grip as he felt the foot being lifted, only to be greeted with a hand that slammed the boy's rounded face into the vomit once again. Hisashi had climbed onto the boy's petite frame, not allowing him to stand up properly. Hearing a faint, angered voice, Izuku kept his eyes and mouth shut as his face repeatedly came into contact with the wet, chunky goop beneath him. Suddenly, the greenette could feel his head being pulled backwards as the older man sprung off of the younger boy's back. Izuku's sore, bruised back came in contact with the cold tile flooring, all while he felt the collar of his sports jacket choke his thin bruised neck. He was being dragged somewhere, and the greenette knew just where. The bathroom, where he'd be burnt and his skin rubbed raw. This was how it always went when Izuku got himself dirty. He'd be lucky if he escaped without a burn or two. Feeling the vomit begin to crust on his bruised cheek, Izuku could only grimace in disgust. It felt absolutely horrendous. It was humiliating and made the greenette feel even more sick than he had earlier. The foul stench meeting his freckled nose, the greenette could feel himself GG once more. Suddenly the greenette felt his jacket being ripped off of his small back and his shorts were hastily removed. Only left in his underwear, the blinded greenette reached out for his clothing. It was cold in the bathroom, and he was uncomfortable, for he knew that if Hisashi had seen close up what he had done to his body over the years, he'd relish in it. Scars, both deep and shallow, old and new, some of burns, others from his belt or beer bottles. The greenette had a large distinct jagged scar on his forehead near his hairline from the time Hisashi had beat his head into the corner of the coffee table after not serving his drink the way he wanted it. His curly locks had covered it mostly, he'd gone as far as to let his hair brush his shoulders. Unfortunately, the scar extended past his brow in an ugly jagged manner. Out of all of his scars, he hated this one the most. Of course, there were the light scars on his cheek, the most noticeable being across the very corner of his lips from various encounters with a broken beer bottle. However, Izuku could easily cover them with his powdered foundation he bought with the birthday money the Katsukis had given him. It was the only way he could cover up some of his scars and bruises. A gush of heat blew past the greenette, and he could feel something shove his head into scorching water. Unable to prepare himself, Izuku began gasping for air, choking on the boiling water. It hurt. After 30 seconds of struggling, Izuku was lifted out of the tub by his curls only to come in contact with a rugged sponge, feeling Hisashi roughly scrape away at the dried-up puke that had found itself under the young boy's chin and all over his small face. Struggling against the older man's grip, Izuku reached out for his arms, trying to get him to stop. It really hurts. He was once again thrown into the water, head first. This time he held his breath just in time, and focused on something other than the situation at hand. Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and Kaken would be there to comfort him. All Might will be there to tell him everything would be okay. Everything would be okay, right? The searing water lifted any of the grime that had found itself on the freckled boy's small, rounded and irritated face. The scrubbing then moved onto his lean back, which was still recovering from a belt beating that had happened last week due to his lack of coming home on time. Izuku remained calm. He was under there for 45 seconds so far. He could hold his breath longer than that, he was sure. If he gave in to just 45 seconds, all of these beatings would be useless, no? Still, it really hurt. The soap stung at the freshly opened wounds, as he felt the scabs that had once formed quickly undo themselves from the pressure as his skin began lifting from his back once again. His body still hadn't gotten used to the water. It was almost like the heat alone was suffocating him. He really needed to get out soon. The boy's head was roughly pulled up and out of the water, his waist and legs still swimming in the blistering blood-filled water. Black dots impaired the boy's vision as his whole body was filled with pain. Seeing a sneer form on the older man's features, the boy closed his large emerald green eyes. Hisashi wasn't done just yet, that was certain. The murky red water around him began to go down the drain. The greenette could feel the blood pool out from the lacerations on his back. Managing to stand up on his two legs, Izuku was quickly brought down onto the tiled bathroom floor, as the older man grabbed one of the many black towels they had in their possession and vigorously rubbed at the young boy's skin once more. Feeling his skin peel off of his raw back, the greenette could only grimace in pain. The towel was rugged against his pruny raw skin. It hurt like hell. Izuku could feel it lift up the new flaps of skin up and off of his back, the pain becoming nauseating. He needed to get it to stop. Being dragged into the kitchen, his still wet thighs sliding roughly against the wooden floors in the hall and soon the tiles of the kitchen, Izuku looked up at his father, who had went immediately for the large spatula hidden away in a drawer filled with utensils. Soon after, a flash of pain stung the brunette's cheek. It was cold and hard. The hit had landed so hard Izuku was sure an imprint of the spatula had graced his round freckled cheek. Yes, it hurt, and as much as the boy would like to cry for help, it was not worth flinching for. Flinching would only lead to more pain. Keeping his eyes fixated to the floor, and his ears picking up on the angered man's raging voice, the greenette braced himself for a beating he knew he would take weeks to recover from. A sensation of sharp pain blossomed against his forearm, however this time around it was a burning pain. Hisashi lit the spatula against the stove. The searing pain found itself onto young Izuku's small wrist, and soon the pain had blossomed all over the young greenette's forearm. Biting onto his lip, Izuku let out a struggled breath as he braced himself for another hit. This time the spatula landed on the back of Izuku's right foot and had continued to swing onto his small foot until the older man was left heaving. Trying his best not to cry out, Izuku blankly stared at the rugged carpet just underneath the dining table. That carpet saved him a lot of trouble these past few years, although it was most definitely out of place. Whenever he wanted to play and Hisashi was passed out, drunk on the sofa, the little boy would crawl onto that small carpet and play with his toys, the fluff canceling out any noise made from the toys hitting the floor. Shutting his eyes tightly, Izuku tried to go back to those days. The beatings were frequent, but they were nothing like they are now. Back then he had just lost his hearing, and so Hisashi kept his distance and would only land a few slaps or so. It was the next foot's turn, and Hisashi was ruthless. The scorching metal clashed against the soft skin of Izuku's small foot until it had become a mess of red and peeling skin. Izuku could feel the heated metal dig into his skin as little shocks of pain erupted from the swift impact. His feet felt as though they were pounding, already feeling blisters forming. The greenette could only think of what type of excuses he could make up for the limp he was bound to adopt tomorrow. Looking up at the older man, Izuku could only stare at his chapped lips. Get up. Trying his best to rise, the greenette rooted his hands into the floor, relying on his upper body strength to lift the rest of his body. Feeling his arms tremble and the pain in his back and legs worsen, Izuku crumpled into the cold and dirty tile floor. Bracing himself, Izuku felt a large hand grab at his hair, attempting to lift him up and off the ground. Feeling his sore, blistering feet touch the solid, cold flooring, Izuku felt a small sob form mid-throat, suppressing it into a small exhale. Trying to rely on his toes as an attempt to lift the soles of his feet up and off the ground, the greenette relied heavily on the marble counter for support. Staring at his father's lips, the freckled boy obediently waited for instructions. Walk back and forth until I say stop. The older man sneered, turning his gaze away and towards the hallway. If only we had stairs, that'd hurt your sorry, but wouldn't it? Steadying himself against the wall, Izuku began his journey out of the kitchen and down the hallway. Feeling bursts of pain shoot through his legs, the greenette bit his lip as an attempt to keep his voice down. It only worsened as the steps continued, no matter how light they were. Soon there was no more wall to hold on to, and the curly-haired boy felt himself crumple to the floor. What would Hisashi do? He was certainly going to get even more of a beating for this, there was no doubt. He had deliberately disobeyed the instructions given to him. How could he think he wouldn't get another beating? He was such an idiot. Pushing himself up, the greenette struggled to continue down the narrow hall as his legs shook in pain. Shoots of burning and soreness crept up his already exhausted legs as he stumbled, trying his best to continue moving on. The pain was so intense, it filled Izuku's mind, blocking any sort of thought process from happening. The tenderness of his feet clashing against the dry, peeling wooden planks felt horrible, and even though the coolness should in some way compensate for the fiery burning and swelling of his feet, it had only made the pain even worse. He was panting by now, trying his best not to let out any grunts of pain. He couldn't, he would most definitely be killed if he were to make a sound. Keeping silent was the only way to minimize the amount of pain Izuku would receive, for Hisashi was fueled by the younger greenette's whimpers. The older man would only grow harsher the more and more he was sure the boy was in immense pain. It was a gain to him, and Izuku was sure he loved it. Losing his footing, Izuku felt his bruised knees come in contact with the hard floor, which he was sure had made a loud sound. Feeling a jolt of pain pass from his knees up to his thighs, the greenette attempted to get back onto his feet, only to fall down once again. Everything hurt. The pain growing unbearable, Izuku shut his eyes tightly in an attempt to erase himself from existence. God, would he kill for a teleportation quirk right now? Feeling calloused hands lift his face up, Izuku opened his big emerald eyes as he was met with his father's tired and angered face. He has most definitely messed up again, and was going to pay for it. I'm going to kill your sorry but one day, just you wait, Izuku. Ah, Hisashi, we've been expecting you for quite some time now. Underneath the various hand-like objects covering and surrounding the man's were ruby red eyes, eyes full of hate and anger. Eyes much like his own. This wasn't Hisashi's first encounter with the blue-haired man. In fact, this was his third. Hisashi's line of work was far from innocent, at least the field he was in now. Before he quit his office job 3 years ago, the man's only crime was beating Izuku, and even then it was warranted. Behind the pale man was a larger person. Hisashi had yet to pinpoint where exactly the individual's actual body lied, if he had one, but the wispy black figure before him wore typical bartender attire. If anything, they suited the cover-up they were hiding under. They were all meeting in a small rundown bar, a bar Hisashi was extremely familiar with. Most low-life thugs met up here before the hand freak took over. The greenette had carried out most of his old transactions here. It was easy to find willing buyers. What do you want? The greenette tooted, feigning a look of annoyance. To say the least, Hisashi was almost thrilled that the two were interested. Selling drags was a tough market when you lack regular buyers. Hisashi had a reputation to keep up. If anyone found out about his profession, they would surely talk. If anyone asked, Hisashi was a simple salesman, which wasn't a complete lie. Of course, drag dealing wasn't Hisashi's main profession. The greenette's main job was one he had attained not too long ago. He worked as a simple interpreter at a small clinic nearby. He had grown friendly with the doctors there and had brought Izuku over for regular checkups in order to remove any suspicion that had formed around the neighborhood or with the Bakugos. Oh, don't act so high and mighty. You're lucky we decided to even take an interest in you. Hisashi couldn't quite see under the other's mask of sorts, but he was sure those red orbs would be rolling. Handman was childish to a fault. Hisashi hated childish people. We're starting a new anti-symbol of peace organization. Interested, the gray-eyed male took a seat on the small creaking barstool in front of him. Anti-symbol of peace organization? Sounded like loads of fun. Am I getting paid? The pay isn't the issue here. Don't you want to be a part of the movement that rips that piece of sheet off of his goddamn high horse? The frail man shifted nervously on his feet. They were probably broke. No, they were most definitely broke. Who the hell were these kids anyways? Hisashi was sure they would find others with better quirks than his very own, and as much as he loved the thought of taking down a certain blonde, he could care less. All Might was unbeatable. There was no way anyone could actually take him down. The thought itself made Hisashi laugh. What a bunch of idiots. No. It's a waste of time. Getting up, the greenette felt himself yawn. To think these losers would have something to say that was actually worthwhile. Stretching his long legs and arms, Hisashi felt himself rise all in one swift motion. As much as the older male wanted to stay, he had other matters he needed to take care of. Matters that were to be taken care of at home. We heard about your son, Hisashi. His quirklessness, his deafness, his uselessness. A deep, smooth voice resonated through the dark, desolate bar. The man in the tux had finally quit being a mute sissy. We could help put him on the right track. Young Shigaraki here was being rash. We do have something to offer, though it isn't necessarily money. Right track? What good could that stupid child do? He would only get in everyone's way with his stupid obsession is heroism. In addition to that, what was so great about something other than money? Were these guys stupid or something? And what exactly is that Mr. Shadow Man? HM? Please do inform me, because I'm really tight on money right now and I'm not willing to have you guys boss me around like I'm some sort of SLV while I could be making a couple hundred a night. Got it? Hisashi had no intentions of becoming friends with these two imbeciles. They were alone and obviously had no FNG clue as to what they were doing. How would you like to be the leader of a small gang we're setting up? Our higher-ups will most definitely pay you then. Who knows, maybe it won't just be in money. Feeling a smirk creep onto his face, Hisashi's dull echo-green eyes bore into those of a mysterious, pale yellow. A leader of a gang? To defeat All Might himself? It wasn't that Hisashi didn't like the guy, it was that he hated every single bit of him. That did not mean in any way that Hisashi was willing to work unpaid, but Diamond did having that sort of power seem really enticing. That blonde symbol was bound to fall, and being a part of that really did excite the older man. Who exactly is going to be a part of this team of yours? It was 2:30 by the time Izuku finished bandaging his wounds. He wasn't sure if he had even managed to bandage everything properly, but Hisashi most definitely did not hold back. Staring at his gaze in the small bathroom mirror, the green net looked horrible. Hand imprints most definitely present on his neck, scald burns present all over his arms and face. He had a huge black eye, which was going to be oh so difficult to cover up. What was he going to do? Feeling himself sigh, the green net quietly made his way back into his room, shutting his door. Hisashi had left at around 12 for work, allowing Izuku to clean up around the house and bandage himself up. Sitting at his small beat-up desk, Izuku stared at the letter from UA High. A letter he had been waiting for all day. A letter that would change everything. Did Izuku really want to open it? What was inside? His rejection letter? The green net hadn't racked up any points by the time the bell had rung, and the judges only saw him recklessly enter a battle with that nearly impossible-to-beat robot. He looked stupid. What if they thought he was stupid? Hisashi was right. What was the point in opening it when he already knew what the outcome would be? Taking a deep breath, the green net's emerald eyes bore into the small and simple white envelope that laid in front of him. Gingerly lifting up the envelope, Izuku tore open the seal only for a small ring device to fall out. A projection? Within the projection stood the Pillar of Peace himself, All Might in all of his glory, smile so bright and wide it was nearly blinding. He was in his typically banana-colored suit, and he seemed to be fixated on the camera in front of him. His expression unreadable, for it was the same masked smile, one that could be mistaken for pride. Quickly the respectable man began signing, with a small frown gracing his once beaming features. Unfortunately, Midoriya Izuku, you were unable to rack up any hero points. Izuku had known that already. Hell, he had sat here for nearly 3 hours thinking about that. He knew he made a fool of himself, in front of all the judges. He knew he made himself look useless. Feeling a tightness in his throat, the green net let out a strangled sigh as he continued to stare at the projection. He was probably the judge's latest entertainment. However, this exam was not only based on hero points. Feeling his eyes widen, Izuku was faced with the image of that young brunette girl he had helped get out of trouble during the exam. Her rosy cheeks, fluffy bob, and rounded face were shown in front of present Mike. However, her face lacked its typical carefree demeanor and bore one of worry. What were they talking about? The taller hero ruffled her hair in reassurance as he smiled a soft smile. What were they saying? That young girl was so moved by your willingness to help she approached present Mike in hopes of giving you all of the points she had earned throughout the exam. She had seen your signing for 0 and had grown worried. You really have a way at pulling at people's heartstrings, my boy. That was right. Although she wasn't the best at signing, he vaguely remembered her signing a polite and simple "thank you" after Recovery Girl healed him of his wounds. She must have been familiar with the basics. Wait, all of her points? Did he see that right? That wasn't fair at all. She deserved them, and as much as Izuku wanted to get into UA, it couldn't be through someone else's victory. I am sure you're worried about the whole point value issue and her giving up her points in order for you to pass. However, as I mentioned earlier, there was not 1 point system but 2. What? Feeling his eyes burn, Izuku bit onto his lip, careful not to let out any noise. What kind of hero school would UA be if we didn't allow those who are willing to put everything on the in and attempt to save others as our scholars? The older man smiled once again, however this smile was tender and full of warmth and pride. He looked so happy. Midoriya Izuku, you scored a whopping 60 rescue points. You should be so proud of yourself, my boy. Feeling himself choke up, the green net covered his mouth as the once aching dull pain all over his body slowly diminished. He had made it. He really made it. He was going to the #1 hero school in Japan, and no one could do anything to stop him. The green net was already on track to attaining his dreams. He couldn't wait to tell the Bakugos and meet up with All Might after this. God, Izuku was truly beyond blessed. I have even more exciting news. Before All Might could proceed with his signing, someone behind the camera began gesturing towards him. Narrowing his eyes, the pillar of justice seemed to let out what seemed to be an exasperated sigh. Anyway, sorry, I should wrap this up quickly, we can talk about this later. The older man let a soft smile once again grace his features. Welcome to your hero academia, Izuku my boy. You did it, you little brat. I am so dim and proud. The blonde-haired woman, who had looked as though she hadn't aged a day since her 20s, held on to Bakugo as tightly as she could. We're really happy for you, Katsuki. I didn't have a doubt in my mind you'd make it. Masaru smiled kindly at the younger blonde, who seemed to be trying his very best to keep calm. However, his features practically reeked of excitement. Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, come on. Now, I promised Izuku I would make it in for him. Katsuki was really excited. Beyond excited, he was elated. How the hell did he do it? Years of goddamn training, that was how. If I couldn't complete that promise, what kind of friend would I be, huh? You're too much of a FNG dork, you know? Not everything is going to be handed to you, you little brat. The older woman ruffled the bond's spiky locks. My little superhero. Katsuki felt his heart swell at that, although he would never admit it. Even though he wanted to despise his parents at times, he simply couldn't. How could he? They were two of the most reassuring people he had met along with Izuku. Most of all, they were happy people, and although his mom was a pain in the butt, she was the best pain in the butt Bakugo could ask for. You need to start designing your costume, kiddo. Let me help ya. The older brunette smiled softly as he too joined the group hug. Katsuki secretly was an extreme softie for physical contact. He loved hugs, and would attack Izuku with them any chance he got. Rolling his eyes, the youngest Bakugo gently rested his cheek on his father's chest as he wrapped his arms around both of his parents. I guess you can help me, but I'm sketching out the designs first and you can improve upon them, okay? I don't want a costume that's all your design. Masaru had an amazing sense of style and all, but this was going to be the blonde's suit, not his, and as much as Bakugo loved the idea of Masaru creating hero suits, he wanted to feel the pride of designing his own. Alright. I'll keep my hands off until I have your permission, boss. Bakugo felt a small smile creep onto his face as he shut his eyes in content. He was going to attend the top hero school in just a month or two. It was all so surreal. All of those years of training really paid off in the end, didn't they? Along with training, he had 3 dorks cheering him on no matter what. He had his family, who made sure he slept early, ate well, studied hard, and trained even harder. His family was there to cry with him, be angry with him, smile with him, laugh with him. No matter what, Izuku and his mom and dad were there for him, even if he is a huge a-hole. They were there for small things, big things, they were there for everything. They were the reason he was so determined, they were what kept him fueled and going. They were the people that made him the best of the best. He was officially the best of the best now. Opening his crimson eyes, the young blonde looked up at both of his amazing, although he would never admit that, parents. I love you guys. You're a UA faculty member? Sighing, Toshinori could only smile softly as the young brunette in front of him began to sign way too fast for any normal man to comprehend. Gently grasping the boy's small hands in his own, the man could feel himself chuckle. Starting now, I'm actually a teacher. Don't be too shocked when you see me. All right. Looking at the young, lean boy in front of him, Toshinori tried to ignore the obvious limp in his step and bruised eye. It was probably because of the exam yesterday, but it had left him uneasy after his brief talk with Recovery Girl about the boy's injuries. After healing the young man, Chio had come to realize that she was not only healing his arms and legs but a few other injuries as well. The young boy was obviously being bullied, and knowing Izuku, standing up for himself was most definitely not his strong suit. Still, it was unsettling to think the Greenette did not feel comfortable talking to him about these issues. "I am always here for you, young Izuku, make that known, all right?" The Greenette looked shocked as confusion flashed through his features. "Yeah, I know." The Greenette shifted nervously. "If you're saying that because of my bruise, I got it from sparring with Kakin yesterday." He was really pumped because of his acceptance to UA that he went all out. "I mean, I did too, but he landed a nice jab on my face. Don't worry about it." He was lying. It was obvious he was lying. "Ah, that Bakugo kid, yes? You mention him quite a bit, my boy." Toshinori decided to put on a smile. He wouldn't pry into the young boy's business. He probably felt humiliated and was still trying to find ways to explain his situation to the older man. There was no point in hurting the boy's feelings. The older man just had to be patient, that's all. "He's my best friend, why wouldn't I?" The Greenette's once nervous face adorned one of bright, loving smiles. "If you end up having him as your student, you'll understand. He's really determined and amazing. Even if he does have this angry facade, he's a total softie." Everyone was a softie for the young curly-haired Greenette, so Yagi didn't know whether or not he could trust the young boy's judgment. However, up until now what he's heard about the young man has all been great. The kid seemed like a determined, kind-hearted, and a just individual. "I'll trust your word on that, my boy." A comfortable pause fell between the two as they gazed beyond the shore. The sunsets here had always been beautiful. Feeling a light tap on his shoulder, the older man turned to the younger boy beside him. "I know this is really sudden and I probably shouldn't even be worrying about this, but the Greenette leaned up against the small railing, keeping the soles of his feet up and off of the ground. "What am I going to do about the whole quirk registration and costume designing stuff? I don't really have anyone at home to help me out with it since Dad's always busy with work, and the Bakugas don't know that I have a quirk yet." What it was like to be young. Toshinori still remembered the first time he had to alter his quirk registration forms. It was easy to do, and no one really questioned it as long as it wasn't consistently being altered. "Let's go talk this over at that Katsudon restaurant you like so much, okay? The sparring session really did a number on you, kiddo. You're practically on top of that railing." Being greeted with a sheepish smile as a response, the two made their way to the small family-owned restaurant. They had truly looked like a father-son duo, walking side by side, laughing and communicating with each other. The restaurant wasn't anything special to look at, however the food produced was some of the finest. Taking a seat in the old wooden seats, Toshinori smiled at the small boy in front of him who eagerly pulled out one of his many hero analysis journals. The Greenette would always interrogate the older man about various different heroes he worked with and how exactly they used their quirks. It was fun. "How about we make a few rough sketches for your new hero costume?" Toshinori laughed to himself as the boy in front of him stared back in shock. Soon enough, the young boy was beaming, eyes sparkling. "Wait, really? You really want to?" The Greenette was practically bouncing off the walls. "Yeah, I don't see why not, my boy." The two were briefly interrupted by the purple-haired waiter. He was a young boy who typically kept to himself, but very amiable once you got to know him. "Hey, Shinso." He had grown on the duo after he began working here a few months back. He had unruly purple hair, piercing violet eyes, and matching indigo bags under his eyes. Their interactions were limited, but he was a good kid. "Same as usual, I'm assuming? 2 katsudon, one with chicken rather than pork? And 2 tall glasses of water?" The young server questioned, already writing down the order, knowing that was all. Toshinori and Izuku may or may not have been regulars. "Yes, that'll be all." Toshinori smiled as the young boy walked away. Looking at the young curly-haired boy in front of him, he felt an immense sense of pride. When they first met, he was a timid, nervous, and frail boy. Looking at him now after months of rigorous training, the young man had grown to be more secure, although his anxiousness most likely would never go away. He was made to be a hero, and Toshinori didn't regret a single day of cutting his hero work back a bit to help this new symbol of peace rise. This new generation of heroes would be a force to be reckoned with. The blonde was sure of it. Glancing around the room nervously, Izuku could feel his throat close up and sweat begin to clam up his small, calloused and scarred hands. Sitting still were the three Bakugus, shock etched on all of their faces. Practically jumping on both feet, as to avoid the soreness of pressing both feet onto the ground, Izuku nervously bit at the dead skin on his lips. Clammed hands reached up to play with one of the many curls framing his face. "Wait, what?" The only female of the bunch signed, breaking the silence. Feeling himself lose control of his breath, Izuku began to gently tug at his single clump of hair. "I got into you," flashing the letter of acceptance to three individuals in front of him. Suddenly, the greenette felt two of the three Bakugus pull him into a nearly bone-crushing hug. He felt their bodies vibrate with what seemed to be jovial laughter. The first to pull out of the embrace was Auntie Mistuki, with Uncle Masaru hot in pursuit. "I'm so effing proud of you, Izuku." A large smile etched on the older woman's face radiated pure pride. The older woman quickly pinched the younger boy's now full cheeks as she gave him a soft kiss on the forehead. "I would be surprised if they didn't let you in. You applied for general studies, right?" Masaru smiled softly, he too giving off waves of pride. Yeah, they had yet to find out about Izuku's quirk. What was he going to tell them? He prepared so many lies, but none of them were believable. What if he just said he hid his quirk this whole time? No, that would most definitely make them feel hurt. "I actually applied for the hero course." Nervously smiling, Izuku glanced at all three of the Bakugus. Kaken's expression was almost unreadable, if it weren't the hint of confusion and sadness in his bright red eyes. His body language was tense and full of shock and doubt. Mitsuki was completely taken aback, eyes wide, mouth zipped shut. Masaru still had his soft smile on his face, though confusion had quickly been thrown into the mix. His arms crossed across his chest. "Don't joke around, Deku. You're amazing and all, but those robots were effing huge. How the hell would you defeat them?" It hurt, it did, but he knew where the youngest Bakugo was coming from. Being quirkless, it would have nearly impossible to defeat any of those robots. Seeing Mitsuki scowl at the other spiky-haired blonde, Izuku quickly began to sign his response. "I'm not actually quirkless. The other day when I was punching a bag, I all of a sudden punched really hard and broke along with my arm. It's totally crazy. I don't understand it yet, whether or not it has something to do with the wind or a power-up quirk of some sort, but my father took me to my doctor and turns out it's actually really common to discover your quirk later on." The greenette was jittery, though he easily kept his composure. Lying was his one and only talent. "No way. Those demon doctors are so irresponsible. They should have checked up on you further instead of immediately registering you as quirkless." Auntie Mitsuki had seemed to buy it, which was good on Izuku's part, and Masaru seemed satisfied with the answer. However, the youngest of the three was most definitely skeptical. The blonde simply let out a small sigh as he made his way over as well to give the greenette a small pat on the head. "I wonder how they could miss you having a quirk. I'm so happy for you, kiddo." The brunette gave one of his warm fatherly smiles as he let out a small chuckle. "We still have a lot to learn about quirks after all these years. Here, let's go grab some snacks and celebrate. To the acceptance of my two little brats." The jovial woman could only pull the two teens close as she pressed a small kiss on the tops of their heads. They were just barely at her shoulders, but would most definitely outgrow her soon. Leaning against her warm embrace, the greenette felt a small smile creep onto his face as he glanced at the youngest Bakugo. His smile faltered immediately. Katsuki's crimson eyes practically bore through Izuku. Suspicion etched on his face as he coldly looked away. Looking at the greenette again once the two adults were distracted, the blonde began to sign once more. "I'm glad you told us sooner than later, Izuku." Feeling his heart drop at the use of his real name, Izuku continued to stare at the teen in front of him. "You know I hate when people keep secrets. Do I have everything? I'm pretty sure I have everything, right? Checked my bag 3 times, triple-tied my shoes, grabbed all my notebooks and stuff. Oh man, is it really already 7:30? Slipping on his beaten-up red sneakers Auntie Mitsuki gave him 2 years ago for his birthday, Izuku quickly made his way out of the small wooden door of his father's apartment and quickly strutted down the various flights of stairs. They lived on the deserted top floor. It was a shabby and cheap old apartment complex, and Izuku had despised it with every fiber in his body. Maybe he would have found it endearing had his experiences within it hadn't been so bitter. Picking up his pace, the young boy finally made it to a stylish, elegant home. Brown fences circled around the large tan-colored home, large windows adorning the front walls, but what really made this house stand out from the rest was the warmth it gave off. This house was the house the Greenette practically grew up in. This house was all he knew of love and care. This house was the house that kept the young freckled boy together. Unlike Hisashi's home, it was large and spacious. To Izuku it was something akin to a mansion, although he was very aware it was not. It was his home and belonged to the Bakugos. Auntie Mitsuki kept up with the greenery around the house, while Uncle Masaru worked on his designs. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, the younger boy quickly turned around to face the person looming behind him. Dread filled the boy, as he raised his fists ready to defend his face from a pummeling. He hated when people came up from behind him. Maybe it had been due to his paranoia, and maybe his paranoia was caused by his rather favorable father. Much to his relief, it was only Aunt Mitsuki. Her bright crimson eyes sparkling with excitement, and lips spread into a splitting grin, she began to move her hands along with her leash as an attempt to commune with the small freckled boy in front of her. "I was doubtful at first, but I'm glad you did it, kiddo. Who would have known our little Izuku could make it this far?" As much as it stung knowing the older woman had little faith in him, the Greenette couldn't bring himself to be upset with her. He knew she meant no harm, and he also knew that from her point of view he was still a quirkless, useless, frail kid. He had skillfully avoided their various questions when he had announced to the family he got a letter of acceptance from UA. The Greenette had absolutely no way of explaining how he all of a sudden has a quirk. The blonde woman enveloped the tiny boy in a warm hug as she gently ruffled his hair. He could only feel warmth roll off of her in waves as he gently returned the gesture. Sliding off of the older women, Izuku felt himself flinch as he saw a much younger Bakugo slip out of the tall, brown wooden gates. It was a habit the young Greenette couldn't break. Whenever anyone ran up to him, he could feel his body twitch away almost instinctively. "Ready for our first day?" The blonde was most definitely ecstatic, no matter how much he tried to conceal with his indifferent look. The excitement was highly evident in the latter's brilliant crimson eyes, and it was most definitely warranted. The two of them had lived their lives waiting for this very moment. Coming up behind Kaken was the brunette of the family, Uncle Mau. His gentle smile etched on his face, and tired yet lovingly eyes gazed upon the Greenette and blonde. His pride flowing freely out of his body. "I'm very proud of you both. I know you will both do amazingly. Try not to stress too hard, but that doesn't mean you can slack off either." Feeling the older man's gentle hands ruffle both of the young teen's hair, the two boys could only give a soft smile as they bid their farewells for the day. This was Izuku's start line, and he hoped he was still far from the finish line. "What's your problem? You got a demon stick up your butt or something?" Scowling, the blonde boy glared up at the somewhat familiar black-haired male in front of him. Where had he seen this dude before? The guy was loud as hell, and to be honest he most definitely did not want someone like him think he could stomp all over him. Katsuki had one of the most amazing quirks. He would make it known eventually. Seeing that the argument was useless, the ebony-haired, or maybe even navy-haired, boy turned to look at the curly-haired boy in front of him. Immediately the guy, which introduced himself as Ida, began to screech his introduction at the small Izuku. What an annoying idiot. There happened to be a bubbly brunette with rosy cheeks trying to speak with the Greenette. They both spoke too fast. There was no way the Greenette could understand what they were saying by reading their lips. Soon everyone in the class began to stare at the trio in front of the class. Getting irritated, the spiky-haired blonde let out a loud sigh as he scowled at the oblivious brunette and four-eyed brick wall. "He's deaf, you idiots. Quit crowding him like that." The classroom went still, and the freckled boy went a bright red, trying to comfort the brunette who had been apologizing as she explained she forgot. How the hell did she know he was deaf? Had they met before? She looked familiar too. Whatever, Bakugo didn't need them, They were probably just a bunch of low-tier wannabes trying to get to the top. Turns out even UA would have a few of those. What a shame. Everyone else seemed either worried or shocked. He doesn't like sympathy, so you all better if I wipe those wimpy expressions off of your faces before I do it for you. It had only been a few minutes since the warning bell rang for class, and Bakugo already despised almost everyone in the room. What a great FANG way to start the year. Are you all done now? I swear I always end up with all the troublesome kids. A black-haired sleep-deprived old man crawled out of what seemed to be a PSS yellow sleeping bag. Was this weirdo his homeroom teacher? If all you came here to do was chat, you can all pack your bags and leave. You aren't here to make friends. Making his way over to his desk, the trio once crowding the door made their way to the few open desks left, pale-faced as if they had seen a ghost. Deku looked confused as hell. Trying to keep his scowl, Bakugo turned towards the gloomy man in front of the class. His eyes bearing terrible, dark bags underneath them, his posture slouched, hands mid-air. Go get changed into these. We'll be meeting at the field. Don't be late. The older man not only spoke to the class lazily, but signed as well. Bakugo could feel himself getting more and more nervous. This should be fun.